Hey,
Hey, our button has been clicked. Notices should be going out any second. Okay, good. That all fit there. Got to be careful with the YouTube video titles because they have like a much shorter character limit than Twitch does.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I
Those
always
weren't really
check.
fighting with that yet, but
Yeah,
I did notice that that was the thing.
yeah. So I always have to go check and make sure the title fit, and then I also need to go and update it because I'm using Restream as my source for multicasting, and Restream likes to throw its own branding into your stuff. So um, I'm using it directly through OBS, so it only brands like it brands itself in the description of your video. But if you actually grab their dedicated software, it also adds a watermark onto the system as well. Thankfully, I don't have to deal with the watermark, but it still tries to brand itself in the description, so I gotta go in. No, no, no. All right, so I do need to do a couple of updates here on this synopsis because there were a few things I noticed whenever I had it print out. Um, it gave descriptions for our characters. Uh, Gene, the human gunslinger, cool under pressure with a magical rifle and deadly precision. Instead of just saying human gunslinger, the player, or something like that, it actually like gave a little,
Right.
yeah. Mine, divine warrior, shield bearer, and moral compass of the duo. I don't know where it got that from.
I mean,
It may or may not be wrong. I don't know. Um, and then another thing was they had the Candle Lord was the guy who was trying to head up the um, ceremonies to summon he who listens in wax or he who listens through wax. But in this right here, said you discover his name, he who listens through wax, another name for the Candle Lord. No, that was like a demon entity, some kind of otherworldly entity. The
yeah.
Candle Lord was just the guy, so need to fix that. He who listens through wax. And otherworldly, is that one word or two? Pretty sure it's just, yeah, that's what I thought. Misspelled it. Oh, fuck me.
Oops.
An otherworldly being.
That'll happen.
Yep. Particularly with me. Um,
Gotta do something with that.
I did, when I asked it for the description, I said be sure to include place names and NPC names because I knew there was no way in hell we would remember the random ass names it made up. So we have the Choir of Wax campaign recap. Setting: Gothic high fantasy, set in Victorian London, inspired town known as Thornwall, a sprawling metropolis veiled in mist, shadow, and subtle horrors. Magic is common, but always watched closely, especially since the rise of the cult known as the Choir of Wax. That wasn't the name of the cult, they were the Bone Rights.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
That was
so
the,
let's. Um, known as the Bone Rights. They were responsible for taking a person's tongue and replacing them with wax. Wow. And replacing them with wax and using it to create a seal. Hey, Master Pants, welcome back.
hey, Pants.
Discord. Say something again.
Oh, did you not hear me?
No, I had to turn you up. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. It should be good now.
I just want to make sure you're actually talking to me on that one.
Yeah. Sorry. Create a seal that bound a soul into another person's living body. Soul inside as a puppet. Kind of explain that better. So, if I'm wording this correctly, the Bone Rights, they were responsible for taking a person's tongue and eyes and replacing them with wax and using it and a ritual to create a seal that bound a deceased soul into another person's living body, trapping their own soul inside as a puppet, turning a living person undead.
Sounds about right.
Um, you are monster hunters working for an organization known only as the Order, purging unnatural forces from the world. Gene, a human gunslinger.
Cleanse, purge, kill.
I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure that was like literally the only thing we had when it came to describing your character, because yours was just a simple human. We didn't have to like describe their attributes or their uh, uh, anything like that to the game. We just had to say this is the player. This is the only one that I really had to describe for me was my uh, frost giant ancestry. Uh, my frost giant ancestry, and then the living sword.
Right. Sounds about right.
Let's see. That. Let me get that description for Dawnbringer again. Check on my. Okay, fuck off. Languages and get those added in there.
Say you would have saved your sheet, right?
Yeah, no, I did. It's just it was
Okay.
didn't want to pop up for a minute. I thought it was gonna like log me out. the big thing is getting that stupid sword info popped up.
No, I get
Because there's a lot of info on that that kind of is all necessary for ChatGPT to play as the sword.
you. Right.
Major NPCs: Commander Thalius Morrowind, leader of your cell within the Order, stern-wise and heavily scarred, once a paladin himself, provides your mission, gear, and historical insight. The Candle Lord, former cleric turned fiend-bound cult leader, founder of the Choir of Wax, a soul-binding sect. Um, the Choir of Wax was, I think, the name of the ritual. I think that was actually the name. I don't think their sect
Yeah,
was named.
pretty sure I can't remember right off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and actually watch that VOD
Yeah,
again and make a note of it. I should have been taking notes while I was listening to it. I was just trying to refresh myself.
right.
See what was missed and all that.
Yeah. Speaking to perform the Choir of Wax ritual. The coming eclipse. He who listens through wax. Hey, kappa, kappa, hey, kappa, kappa, hey. Hey, thank you so much for that follow. Super appreciate it. Hey, how are you? Um, it mentions Master Cherugion, like Vask.
Oh yeah, that guy whose
Yeah,
name you cannot pronounce.
yeah, Vask. The deranged doctor of the Eld Hollow Asylum practiced soul separation via wax binding, transformed into a wax bound fiend before being destroyed by us. We done murdered him. And then it even talks about Alira, the soul in the ring, because that was their other major main talking point.
Mm-hmm.
Um, helped you and freed. Major locations: Eld Hollow Asylum, the Sanatorium Cellar. Let's see. A decrepit Victorian asylum outside Thornwall. Site of the first choir vault. Um, I mean, it was the site of all the choir vaults. Yeah. Well, site of the first choir vault and connected to the second choir vault.
Right.
Contained a hedge maze, sealed cellars, and the remnants of soul-binding rituals. The cellar contained ritual relics, the black wax candle, cursed ring, the journal by Vask, and infernal markings. You discovered the name He Who Listens Through Wax, an otherworldly being. Acquire Vault 1, hidden under Eld Hollow Asylum. You destroyed it with the consecrated burst vessel. I still love that. Preventing one of the soul echoes from awakening. Acquire Vault 2 and catacombs beneath the asylum connected to the first vault. Defended by a waxed bound ritualist and an undead thrall. You disrupted a second ritual, killed the ritualist, and destroyed the altar. Major items recovered: Lamentations of the Candle Lord, Infernal Ritual Tome. The Cursed Ring held Elira's soul, safely cleansed and handed over. Black wax candle used in soul-binding rituals. Scrolls, infernal, sealed in wax, possibly a summoning or binding spell tied to the candle lord. The powdered silver for warding or banishment rituals. Obsidian ritual dagger, magical, necromantic focus used to inquire rites. I'm actually curious when we get in. I want to inquire further about the dagger and see if it has any fun magical we can use for a weapon. Current timeline: the solar eclipse is still 3 days away. We did all that in the first day. The solar eclipse is still 3 days away. The Candle Lord seeks to use the eclipse to awaken or merge souls of his choir. No, that's not right. I definitely need to update that. You've destroyed 2 of the 3 choir vaults. Also, there was a strike team sent out to capture the one guy.
Oh yeah.
There was a strike team sent out to track him down and apprehend him. Seeks to use the eclipse to awaken he listens through wax. Oh, well, that actually explains it better. So it says, awaken or merge the souls of his choir into a single divine fiendish entity, which is the he who listens to X. So that makes a little bit more sense. Okay. Even though the ritual is 3 days away, each vault has been occupied. Each of the first 2 vaults has been occupied with pre-ritual ceremonies being. We destroyed 2 of the. What? Half my sentence literally disappeared after typing it.
Well, that's obnoxious.
It was weird. You destroyed 2 of the 3 choir vaults. Oh yeah, so okay, so the order is preparing to send a strike team to intercept Malric Voss while you are tasked with locating and destroying the final choir vault, hopefully before the eclipse begins. Okay, so that should be everything. Let me go ahead and copy all of that and slap it into um, wait, let me add in real quick here. The players have fully fleshed out sheets with their own stats and abilities. So let us know what we need to roll, and we will provide results. So what brings you here today, Ultra God? You interested in the D&D stuff? So let's see. Um, we were previously playing a campaign.
You just have that in light mode right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Yours looks different.
With you as the dungeon master. Continue. Here is. This is the first time I'm trying to continue the game as well. Last time when I played it, I didn't get I didn't get a synopsis at the end of it, so I didn't get a leaving off point. So I wasn't able to pick back up. Yeah, no, I know, Wish. I still haven't even made an account yet. I do need to do that, but I don't use it enough to ever even think of that. But if this is something we start doing regularly, of course, that is something I'm going to want to do.
Yeah, I think I poked around looking at it earlier and found that the actual pricing for using it on a yearly basis is actually quite reasonable.
I mean, you do still get free sign up. I don't know what additional features a paid subscription would have, but
Yeah.
uh, but they do have a fully free version, so I do know that.
Yeah,
Here
it
is
seemed to me like there was like a reduced functionality version in the free one, so I don't know what all that entails.
here is the info
It just
from our last session.
oh crap, let me go get a coaster for that.
I mean,
Pulled my water bottle out of the fridge and
um, yeah, no, even if you do sign up and have the free version, it would be just as good, if not better, than. Cause I'm literally just using the no login, no sign up, base free version on their homepage. Um, so if you jump in with even just signing up for an account and having the saved memory, that's enough to make it a bonus right there.
let me see.
Okay.
Oh well, the 3D printed coaster works.
Okay, so let's remind ChatGPT what we were doing. Let's see what it says. All right, welcome back to the Choir of Wax. Glad to see the Order's finest are ready to walk once more into the dark. Let's pick up exactly where we left off. Current scene: return to Thornwall. Time: late evening. Weather: heavy fog, moonless sky, and distant toll of a cathedral bell. Location: Thornborough district of Thornwall, near the Order's chapter house. The two of you, Jean and Frosty, emerge from the moorland road, boots caked in dried blood and damp soil. Eld Hollow looms behind you, barely a silhouette now in your satchels, relics stolen from death's doorstep, pages inked in infernal tongue, and a growing sense of urgency. As you approach the city gates, a black coach carriage, drawn by eyeless horses, waits. Okay. The sigil of the order is branded in silver on the door. A courier, pale, mute, mouth sewn shut with silver thread, holds the door open. Once inside, you ride in silence. That's making us sound way more sinister. we're
Are
not the
we?
ones doing that to
Wait.
people.
Are we the baddies?
Chat GPT forgot what we were doing. We've become the bone rights. Um, Arrival at the Order Chapter House. Commander Thalius Morrowind awaits you in the war room, a vaulted chamber of oak beams, map littered tables, and flickering wards of protection. His breath fogs in the cold despite the hearse flame as you enter. Thalius, you smell of grave dust and candle soot. That bodes well. Sit, speak plainly. What did you find beneath the second vault? At this
Well, that's good
point,
to know.
feel free to briefly summarize what you say to him, or if you want to turn over specific items like the scroll, dagger, or the ritual tome. New leads post debrief. So it's already saying, as you present the relics and explain the ritual's progress, Thalius draws your attention to a red wax seal on the map of Thornwall. A third vault. We have reports of tremors beneath the old cathedral ruins in the Worm Shroud district. Priests say the crypts stir. Wax was found sealing the mausoleum gates, freshly set. I believe the Candle Lord needs to conduct the final rite there. But time grows short. The eclipse draws near, and Voss has cloaked his remaining agents in rites of silence and shadow. You'll need help and a way through. He gives you Blessed Shield of Azariel, a holy relic usable once per day to dispel necromantic warding or silence fields in 30-foot radius. Map fragment of the Wormshroud Catacombs, torn and incomplete, but shows a marked chamber labeled Chorus Crypts. A name, Lyria, Ilaria's sister, now held in protective custody within Thornwall Cathedral. Thalius believes she may know how to navigate the catacombs. Next steps, your choices. You now have 3 paths you can take before approaching the final vault. Visit Lyria at the cathedral. She may provide key information or insight into her sister's death and Voss's plans. Scout the Wormshroud district under cover of night, searching for signs of cult activity or alternate entrances into the catacombs. Research
Mm-hmm.
the lamentations of the Candle Lord at the Order's district restricted archive to learn what the ritual truly intends or how to disrupt it completely. Let me know, what do you say to Thalius during the debrief? What path do you want to pursue next? If you want to split up or stay together. Once you made your choices, I'll present the next scene and any roles you need. All right, so what do we say in our debrief?
Well, this is a debrief, so we're going to be making an explanation of what we've already done.
Right.
Um, let's see here. So we're going to report the stopping of the ritual, one, the defeat and elimination of gosh, I'm trying to remember what his title would have been off the top of my head again. But the doctor that was conducting
Mm-hmm.
the actual ritual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have his name up here. Let me grab that.
Since this has proved to be longer than just a simple one shot, I'm actually going to start taking notes.
Probably not a bad idea. Okay. So, uh, we tell Thalius despite the ritual being 3 days away, pre ritual ceremonies have been underway at both vaults. We have entered the first vault was occupied by Master Vask. He was slain and the ritual site destroyed. The second vault was occupied by a fiend, by a wax fiend. Who was also dispatched, and the ritual site destroyed. We did use both of our consecrated uh, first vessels at each site, so we may need more for the third site. Also, I can sense some magic from that black dagger could we get that again if I am a possible item of use? Question. Excellent. Your report is grim but precise. Thalius listens without interruption, his one good eye narrowing as you describe the escalating ritual preparations. Thalius, after a long pause. So the Candle Lord advances the rites before the eclipse. He rushes toward godhood or annihilation. Either way, your work has slowed his momentum. Your request is wise and granted. I'll request another consecrated burst vessel from the reliquary. It will be ready before you depart. He turns to a cloaked aide who immediately leaves the room. As for the dagger, Thalius removes a cloth bundle from your satchel and sets the obsidian ritual dagger upon a stone slab. Engraved with a warding circle, he utters a prayer in celestial. Dawnbringer pulses warmly at Frosty's side in response, and then pours powdered silver around the dagger's hilt. The room darkens slightly as a chill runs down your spine. Identifying the dagger. Ritual casting, divination, and arcana. With a final whisper, the dagger's runes blaze momentarily red and subside. Thalius. Its name is Tongue Sunderer. Forged for choir rites, it's a necromantic focus, but more than that, it severs spiritual bonds, especially those tied to voice, identity, and the soul. Wielded correctly, it can undo a soul binding or sever a puppet's control over the body. But beware, it hungers. If it draws blood during a ritual, it may awaken.
Spooky.
Okay. Item unlocked. Tongue Sunderer Ritual Dagger. It's a rare dagger. Requires attunement by a spellcaster or ritualist. It's a +1 dagger. Can be used as an arcane focus for necromancy, abjuration, or divination spells. Once per long rest as an action, you may target a creature under the effects of a possession, soulbind, or similar curse. The target makes a DC 15 charisma saving throw. On a fail, the binding is severed. On a success, they resist the attempt. If the dagger is used in a ritual involving blood or soul magic, roll a d20. On a 1, the dagger becomes awakened and may begin exerting influence over its wielder. Okay. So we could possibly use that to free a thrall that we fight.
Yeah.
Turn
Kinda
it back human even though they have no tongue or eyes anymore. That would be
I
terrible.
was gonna say they're in a rough state.
The
Unless it works like
translation. Why would you do this to me?
the reverse zombie bite.
I don't know. Dahlius hands the
Yeah.
dagger back, sheathed in a velvet wrap. Use it wisely and only if you must. Your consecrated burst vessel will be ready within a few hours. Before you leave, would you like to take a short rest or do anything specific at the chapter house? Proceed to visit Lyra at the cathedral. Go to research the ritual tome in the Order's restricted library or scout the district for signs of cult activity and possible alternate entrance. What should we like to do?
Hmm. So,
Um,
we took care of everything actually happening at the sanatorium, right?
yeah, I expected the final vault to still be under the sanatorium, but that was where the just because that's where everything was taking place in the first thing. But now that this is a new instance of
Right.
ChatGPT, it sent us somewhere else. Technically, there was a lot we didn't look at the sanatorium. We didn't go through the hedge maze at all.
Yeah.
There were the scattered remnants of the carriage house and some other scattered um, old building remnants. Um, and then we had heard the scream of a woman on the second floor that, or not the scream, we heard the, I forget, it was like a shout and then laughter from a little girl on the second floor
Oh
that we
yeah.
never investigated. And after we found the ring, we found out that there were 17 people who had been placed in that ritual, that ring being one of them. So there was a chance we could find the souls of the other people throughout other objects throughout the building if we'd have gone searching, but we never did.
Yeah.
Things that I think were
Yeah.
minor and like not really a hint for us, just things we could have done to prolong the campaign.
Right. I got it.
So, but for the most part, yes, the sanatorium was done.
Okay. So I guess we need to start tracing down these guys wherever they're hiding now.
Yeah, they told us where the next vault was. It's under that, uh, in the catacombs, under the cathedral where they have Lyria at, because they think she can
Okay.
guide us through there. They just kind of plucked her out of nowhere after being randomly named.
I was about to say,
She was literally just the sister who was supposed to get a farewell message from the girl whose soul was in the ring. That's all she was supposed to be, but now she's become a pivotal piece of the puzzle.
that's crazy.
Well, that's what instance hopping will do to you. We definitely need to make an account and try this again with a made account and see how that works.
Right.
Um, so yeah, um, I do remember that they said when we came in they gave us droughts of healing or whatever. So basically, we had received a long rest when we
Oh,
ended the
okay.
last session. So, um, at the end of the last session, we were given restorative. Yeah, restorative droughts that gave us the full effect of the of a rest. Perfect. Thank you for the reminder. Basically, just telling us all of our stuff is reset. Um,
Funnily enough, I didn't have any damage on me. I just need to replenish some resources as well.
we did have damage on you, but we had already healed that. You got hit in the blast radius of the burst vessel.
Right, right. I
Yeah.
remember actually taking a hit. I
We,
it had been healed
yeah.
at some point since then. So
Yeah, no, I healed it. I used Prayer of Healing after the fight was done, and we ended up running into the second fight afterwards, so it was a good thing we did. So do we want to research the Lamentations, the tome that we brought? Do we want to just wait for the burst vessel to be done and move on?
Well, I mean, we should probably do whatever research we can while we're waiting for that to be
All right.
completed. Otherwise, we're just sitting around not doing anything.
Right. I yeah. Okay. Gene and Frosty will join the archivists and researching the tome of Lamentations while we wait for the consecrated burst vessel to be completed. Bro, tell you right now, they just re-released blueberry pie Oreos. You got to get on that.
I was gonna say I've had a package of those chocolate dip pretzel ones just kind of sitting around waiting for the next time I get a chance to link up with you.
Those are good.
Oh, have you tried them? Okay, I was kind of hanging on to it so I can give you a chance to try it.
Yeah, no, I've tried it. Those are good. Yeah.
I haven't tried the Selena Gomez ones yet. They're horchata flavored, I think.
Um, kind of. They're just cinnamon flavored.
Oh, just the
They,
cinnamon flavor.
yeah, it tastes like it's not like the hot big red or red hot cinnamon flavor. It's more like
Right.
gingerbread or cinnamon snap cookie flavor. So it really tastes like Christmas. I tasted. I feel like I'm in the wrong month to be eating these. This needs to be Christmas.
Hey, man, they're already pushing Halloween stuff in the store.
Yeah, yeah, I'm aware.
And I had that fucking thought of, oh, so you let them sell you Halloween in July so they can sell you Christmas in October.
Yep, yep. Um, yeah, that's exactly how it is. You're not wrong. Um, no, because I'd done a couple of the Oreo tastings, like the Coke Oreos and stuff like that on stream. It kind
Yeah.
of became a joke, and so I made a Oreo wish list off Amazon, and I got sent 3 packs of Oreos. So I got sent the chocolate covered pretzel ones, I got sent the peanut butter Oreos, and I got sent the Selena Gomez Oreos.
Nice.
Yeah, we tried all those on the stream. That was fun. Last night, I did a really late stream last night and streamed until like 3 o'clock this morning and rated the Muscle Girl bar. But that's where I tried the blueberry pie Oreos, but also I got the Miller Lite beer battered brats.
Those are the best ones.
That's what I've heard, and they were pretty good. They weren't my favorite. I still haven't tried any of them. I'm surprised I found that one. It was literally Every time I've gone to the Walmart near me, they have never had them there. There has never been any marking for them on the shelf. There's never been any display for them. So I just assumed they didn't carry them there. And when I went to the store yesterday, they had the one singular can of the one singular flavor. No other cans. It's still not marked anywhere, still not on display anywhere, just one can kind of shoved with the others randomly. So I took it.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, definitely better than some of the other flavors I've had. Uh, but definitely one I wouldn't mind having again. But it wouldn't be my first choice. But it definitely was still pretty good. So, but these blueberry pie Oreos, that's another level.
I'm gonna have to try that.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Pop Tarts, but they taste better. And you know the Pop Tarts have what's like 3 levels shorter than a millimeter, like a micrometer of
Uh,
the flavored gel inside. Like it's barely paper thin of the flavored substance inside the Pop Tarts. So
yeah.
just one Oreo has more of the flavor than an entire Pop Tart.
Huh.
So they're it tastes like the Pop Tarts, but way better, and
That sounds
way more
pretty
flavor.
funny.
Um. All right. Yeah. Excellent. The air grows heavier and deeper as you descend into the Scriptorium Arcanum. Boy, this thing is just great with names. The restricted wing of the Order's library. Its halls are hushed by enchantment. No sound above a whisper, no flame unguarded. Scribes with branded tongues and ink stained. Why do they have branded tongues? And ink stained hands nod as you enter with the lamentations of the Candle Lord in hand. Hooded archivist named Sister Helene, her voice a faint rasp like turning pages, welcomes you into a domed chamber warded with silver runes. A great obsidian lectern sits in the center. Sister Helene. This tome, it smells of Marivol fiend ink. You've brought us something dangerous. Good. Dangerous truths are still truths. She lays out warding crystals and protection sigils. You place the lamentations on the lectern. The book seems to breathe, the pages fluttering slightly as if eager to be seen. Research check. Each of you may roll one of the following: Arcana to analyze the magical theory and ritual language, religion to interpret the fiendish cosmology, or investigation to piece together hidden meanings or patterns. You may roll with advantage due to the help of the archivists and magical tools. Let me know what skill each of you is using and roll those checks. So Arcana, religion, or investigation, and we can do them at advantage.
I think I'm gonna use Arcana because that is what I'm best at.
I have a +0 in all of them. But I am a cleric, so I guess we'll go with religion.
That's a net 20 for 25. Since you can't put on checks.
I got a 15. Okay, so
Religion?
yes. Team rolled Arcana with a natural 20 for a total of 25. Frosty rolled religion with a total of 15. Beautiful rolls, especially that nat 20 from Gene. That unlocks something rare. Joint research outcome. Lamentations of the Candle Lord Infernal Ritual Tome. Bound in stitched flesh and black wax, inked in a soul reactive, fiendish tongue. Smells faintly of embalming oil and something burnt. Gene, Arcana 25, Natural 20. You isolate the core ritual, the choir of wax, named not for metaphor, but for its literal design. The choir is a constructed spiritual lattice work of 13 souls, each bound via wax sealed sacrament into living vessels, creating an overlapping matrix of memory, magic, and will. The vessels must be alive, their own souls suppressed or entombed. The ritual is fueled by sound, specifically vocal resonance, hence the removal of tongues. Their souls sing through silence, creating a harmonic link with an entity named He Who Listens Through Wax, an ancient being, likely not a true fiend, but an amalgam of trapped consciousness, possibly a lost godling or the grave soul of a dead pantheon. If the 13 are aligned and the eclipse reaches totality, the barrier between soul and void collapses, allowing he who listens to anchor through the choir into the world. This is not possession, it's recreation. Most chilling, a final line written in dried blood over black wax. When the last tongue is sealed, the first vault shall return. Or the first voice shall return. Sorry. When the last tongue is sealed, the first voice shall return. Frosty, religion of 15. You cross-reference the being's name with rites and fragments from old orders and radiant heresies. You find something buried in a banned tome. A pre-sundering ritual, pre-sundering prayer to a forgotten solar deity named Thuraniel. Thuraniel's voice was said to echo through angels and wax candles alike. Some heresies claimed Thuraniel was shattered, not slain, and dispersed into 13 fragments bound by godless men who feared his resurrection. It's possible Malric Voss believes he's restoring a fallen god, or he is rebuilding a mind from harvested souls, a new entity formed from divine leftovers. Critical discovery, Gene's Nat 20 unlock. The ritual diagram inked in blood and wax references Vault 3 by name. Sanctum Finalis. Chorus Cryptus beneath Worm Shroud. A footnote in Voss's own hand. The crypt choir is flawed. Lyria was to be the 13th, but she fled. Her soul remains unbound. I shall retrieve her myself. This confirms Lyra is meant to be the final choir vessel. The ritual cannot be completed without her. Malric Voss may try to abduct her before the eclipse. The Chorus Cryptus is the site of Vault 3. Bonus, Archivist's Gift. Sister Helene, impressed by your skill and insight, offers you a rare tool, Seal Breaker's Wax, one use. A glyph-marked wax stick that, when pressed against an infernal, fiendish, or necromantic seal, will dissolve it silently within one round. Usable as an action. Okay. You now know Vault 3 is beneath Wormwood in a crypt called Chorus Cryptus. Lyra is alive and necessary for the final ritual. Malric Voss may act to capture her soon You have about 3 days before the eclipse and time is running out. Your consecrated burst vessel is now ready. Would you like to head directly to Lyra at the cathedral before Voss reaches her? Proceed to Wormshroud to scout the crypt before it's sealed? Do something else with this new intel. I have my thought. What's your thought?
I mean, if we, yeah, we should probably go grab her.
That was my thought. You should go get her and um, my thought was bring her back to the order headquarters for safekeeping. Safekeeping.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea. Nope, not a bad idea at all.
All right.
Hmm.
Frosty decide it is vital to go locate and secure Lyria and bring her back to the Order's headquarters for protection. A wise choice, and perhaps the most vital. If Voss binds Lyria, the final voice joins the choir, and all your work becomes undone. The scene, Thornwall Cathedral, the cloister of the Veiled Saints. You ride through the slumbering streets of Thornwall, its gas lamps drowning in thick mist, casting ghostly halos in the night. The bells, uh, the bells of the high cathedral toll 11, low, cold, mournful. You arrive at a grand stone edifice, built in the Gothic style, a sanctum of silence and shadow, the cloister of the Veiled Saints. Inside, all is quiet, save for the drip of condensation and distant chants. A silver-cloaked priestess, Mother Velia, recognizes your sigil and ushers you down a spiral stair into the secured wing. Lyria, you find her sealed in a chamber. Seated. I was going to say, sealed in a chamber. What?
Are you sure we're not the bad guy?
You find her seated in a chamber lit by stained glass filtered moonlight. Mid-30s, tall with sunken eyes that hold grief and rage in equal parts. She wears a simple healer's robe. As you enter, Lyra, hoarse but direct. You're the ones who freed Alira, aren't you? Her soul whispered thanks through the ring. I heard it before the silence took her. I owe you. So, tell me what madness you've brought with you. You fill her in, briefly but honestly. The vaults, the choir, Malric Voss's intent to use her soul, and the danger she's in. She listens without flinching, then, I knew Voss would come. Alira said my voice was the last note. He tried to take me once, in dream. I fled to the cathedral, but I'm no anchorite. I'm just what's left. Just then, Frosty's sword flares. Dawnbringer brightens in Frosty's sheath, unbidden. A flare of radiant light pulses from it, as a wave of unease rolls through the chamber. You feel it in your teeth. The candle flames bend, shadows lengthen toward the walls. Dawnbringer, telepathically, panicked. He is near. He comes cloaked in silence. You must act. Now. Incoming encounter. A cathedral bell rings once, then a whisper. From the walls themselves, a wax-bound infiltrator melts free. Faceless, silent, with runes burned into its skin, wax coating its limbs. Behind it, two ritual silencers, agents of the Bone Rites, tongues removed and eyes sealed, blades drawn. They're here for Lyra. For Lyria. Combat begins. Initiative. Please roll. All right. And double check. I'm pretty sure. Features and traits. Just want to double check. Okay, yeah, initiative proficiency. Add my proficiency bonus to the initiative roll. And if we want to, we can swap rolls. That doesn't seem right. What? That was worse, but that was correct at least.
13.
You got what?
13.
13? Okay, I got a 14. Gene rolled a 13 total. Frosty rolled a 14 total. Combat initiative. Sanctuary breached. Location, Cathedral Cloister Cell, 30 feet by 40 feet. Terrain, stone tile floors, a few stone pews, an iron brazier, and a wide stained glass window. Light. It did it. It did it again.
Oh, it ate it?
Yeah, the content might violate our usage policies. So that actually changes a theory that I had. Because last time we played, it broke, I think, a total of 3 or 4 times.
Right.
But it always broke when it was describing your attack. And so I thought it was breaking because of it describing shooting someone so thoroughly.
Right.
That was my thought. But this, I didn't get to read it all. I read like the first sentence and a half and it disappeared. But this wasn't talking about your shooting someone, so I don't know what.
Yeah, I can't
It
fathom
would've-
why it would be assuming that it's going to violate the terms of service. Unless it's doing something weird like trying to pull a copyrighted something. But I don't think that would be the case either, if I'm being quite honest.
Right. Can
I really don't
you
think ChatGPT would do shit.
rephrase your last post? It says it violated usage policies and deleted itself. Certainly, here's a rephrased version of the post that keeps all the essential gameplay and narrative details. Combat initiative. Okay, explaining that thing. Dim, light, dim, except within 30 feet of Dawnbringer, shedding bright light out 15 feet. Initiative order. Waxbound Infiltrator goes first, then Frosty, then Jean, then the 2 Ritual Slicers, and then Lyria. Round 1 begins. Waxbound Infiltrator ambush. A figure emerges from the wall, from the cathedral wall. Its face smoothed over with wax, limbs semi-melted yet fast. It strikes Lyra with a dark ceremonial dagger, attempting to disable her before you can act. Attack roll 19 hits, damage 11 piercing plus 4 necrotic. Effect: Lyria is now bloodied, below half HP, and must make a constitution save to resist a silence effect. She cries out as the dagger slashes across her collar and shoulder. Her breath catches as she stumbles, clutching the wound. Lyra is 10 feet to your right, under immediate threat from the waxbound infiltrator in melee with her. The 2 ritual silencers are emerging 20 feet away from the opposite end of the room. Swords drawn, clearly advancing. Okay, so rush to protect Lyra and attack the infiltrator. Use Dawnbringer's radiant powers. Position defensively to block the slicers. Activating abilities, spells, etc. Let me know your action. Bonus action if any. Movement's positioning. Once Frosty hacks, Jean will follow. What was Dawnbringer's ability? Lesser Restoration. Okay. That I don't care for. Okay. So okay, so I can make a bonus attack. I do not have to make an attack beforehand. So I can cast a spell, I can cure wounds on her, and then still attack with my bonus attack.
Do you mean perform your attack and use your healing spell as a bonus action?
No, I can use, because cure wounds is an action.
Right.
But because I am a war priest cleric, I can make an attack with a weapon or unarmed strike as a bonus action 3 times per short or long rest without. So I can still cast a spell as an action and then still attack as a bonus action. It's just the one attack. It's not like a combo attack or anything. But okay, so Frosty will move to position himself between area and any threats, using his body to shield her as much as possible. Frosty will reach out and cast Cure wounds, healing, for, see how much we healed for. Shit. 11 points.
Well, I mean, she didn't take that much damage.
She took 11 plus 4, so she took 15. We're healing her for 11. That's most of it.
Yeah.
11.
I'm not really quite sure how much potential damage output this thing has, but
Right, I don't know. That's why I'm trying to step in between her and it made it sound like they're coming from both sides. So the big guy is in front of her on one side, and the other two are coming from the other side. But
yeah.
I tried to say Frosty will move to position himself between Lyria and any threats using his body to shield her as much as possible. So I don't know what position it's going to put me in with that.
But it also kind of sounds like they're coming from a further distance away.
Right. They were coming from 20 feet away. The one is right next to her within striking distance. The other two are 20 feet away and walking forward.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that works. Let's see. Bonus action as a war priest cleric, I get to make an attack. So war priest bonus action, and then it's only a 16. Thank God I have a +9 to hit. I rolled a 7. Make an attack. Frosty, roll a 16 to hit the wax-bound infiltrator with Dawnbringer. And 7. If it hits, it deals 7 radiant damage, and if the infiltrator is undead, it deals an additional 8 damage. Excellent. Frosty acts with speed and conviction, just as Dawnbringer was forged to guide. Frosty's turn, round 1. Movement. You stride across the blood-slicked stones, imposing yourself between Lyria and the wax-bound infiltrator. Her breath is shallow, but your presence steadies her. She clutches your arm briefly, eyes wide, not with fear but recognition. You shine like a sun through the cathedral gloom. Action, Cure Wounds. You lay a frost-hardened hand upon her shoulder, whispering a prayer to light and endurance. Radiant warmth passes through you, mingling with Dawnbringer's glow. Lyra regains 11 HP. She's no longer bloodied and looks stable. Bonus action, War Priest attack with Dawnbringer. You spin as the infiltrator raises its blade again and strike with Dawnbringer. Attack roll 16 hits. 7 radiant damage. Undead, yes, the Infiltrator is a wax-bound thrall, a hybrid of living host and undead soul. Additional damage plus 8 radiant damage. Total 15 radiant damage. Dawnbringer flares as your strike cuts through the creature's wax-coated ribs. A guttural hiss escapes its sealed mouth. Its form trembles. It was not made to withstand the sun. Status update. Lyra, wounded but stable, now behind Frosty. Waxbound Infiltrator, badly damaged. Light causes it visible pain. Silencers approaching, 20 feet away. Dawnbringer thrilled. You hear her voice in your mind. Yes, drive them back into shadow. Let none take her. Jean, you're up. You are 15 feet from the waxbound Infiltrator. In melee with Frosty, and 20 feet from the incoming ritual silencers. You have a clean line of sight to both. What would you like to do?
All right. It's awfully close for me to be using that. So, your thoughts? Should I be decide if I should be taking on? I should probably shoot down this thing that's currently engaging with her before I start trying to snipe the other guys. But
Well, I'm in between her and the thing engaging with her. And apparently I've badly damaged it. That's what the waxbound Infiltrator is.
Right.
So yeah, I position myself between her and the waxbound Infiltrator. And I badly damaged it. I'm pretty sure I have that one covered. I don't think I am between her and the silencers.
No, okay.
That's my only concern is that if they come up behind her, they could just shink, shink, shink.
I was gonna say we were right next to each other.
We were when we came in, but I moved up forward, so let's just say you're 15 feet away from that thing, so you're 10 feet away from me and 5 feet away from her, or something like that right now.
Okay. Yeah, let me try to take some shots on those silencers then.
Okay.
Since those are the guys who, if you think you've got a handle on this other guy.
Yeah, I think I'm imposing between them enough. And he seems to be visibly harmed by just the light shining off my sword, so we'll see.
So let me go ahead and try to take some shots at these silencers. So first attack is going to be a total of 10. I'm assuming that's probably not going to hit, so I'm likely going to have to attempt another thing. But we'll see.
His first shot out, and he rolled a 10 to hit. You have 2 shots, right?
Yeah, I've got 2.
His first of 2 shots. Just make sure they know you have another one coming.
Right.
Jean steps into a shooter stance, cloak billowing in the half light as the cathedral trembles with divine energy and waxborn corruption. Target ritual silencer, leftmost approaching from the far end of the chamber, 20 feet away. Attack 1. It does say weapon, custom firearm, pistol or rifle, assume proficiency in firearm rules. Attack 1, roll 10 to hit, result miss. The shot cracks through the cloister chamber, but the silencer shifts unnaturally, almost gliding to the side. The bullet slams into the stone pillar behind it, chipping away chalky mortar. The enemy moves like their joints have been rewired, unnerving, silent, and graceful in all the wrong ways.
So I'm going to then utilize a maneuver, grazing shot,
Okay.
which allows me to spend a risk die, roll that die, and at least get some damage on this guy. So once again, reading the ability, once per turn, when you miss with a ranged attack roll, you can expend a risk die, no action required, to deal damage equal to a roll of the risk die, which is D8, plus 3. This damage is the same type dealt by the weapon, and the damage can be increased only by increasing the ability modifier. So that
Okay.
works off of deck side. So let me go ahead and roll that D8. All right, so it's 5 plus 3 for a total of 8 damage. And I'm going to presume no other special effects, so I don't actually get I don't think I would actually get
Undead
the
bonus.
bonus,
Right.
because I'm just basically using an ability to get a little cheeky damage on this guy.
Right. And that's radiant damage, right?
It's piercing, I
Piercing.
think.
Well, it says it's the same type as your weapon. I thought your weapon did radiant.
It does piercing and then radiant, additional
Oh,
radiant if it's
additional.
undead
Okay.
or
Got you. Got you.
fiend, which, because this doesn't take, actually, let me look that up.
I don't think it would count, but at the same time, we're playing pretty fast and loose with the rules and using ChatGPT to just have fun. It's not like we're in a serious game. Whatever.
Missing the attack roll, grace triggers when you attack, calculating your grace damage, Holy Avenger special when you hit a fiend or undead. 2d. However, there's a crucial point. The extra radiant damage from Holy Avenger specifically when you hit part only applies when you hit the creature and not when you use the Graze Mastery. So yeah, because I used the Graze Mastery, I basically just hit it with Spawn.
Right.
Uh,
The shrapnel from the pillar you shot. Okay. So Gene will use
is the best
grazing
I can
shot to roll a maneuver die to deal damage even on a missed hit. Damage rolled was 8 piercing damage.
do.
Nice
And I
use
will
of range.
follow up with my next attack.
Attack 1, miss, rolled a 10, but use grazing shot maneuver. Damage 8 piercing, no save. Effect, the leftmost ritual silencer staggers slightly as the bullet ricochets, scraping its shoulder and tearing through part of the wax flesh. It does not cry out, its mouth is still wax bound, but it slows noticeably. Alright, attack 2, fire your second shot. Dammy!
You
You.
think same target, or should I switch and try to slow the other guy down too? Because if I hit him, I can actually potentially slow him down pretty significantly unless he digs that round out of himself.
I mean, that's your call. I don't know how much health these guys have. I hit the infiltrator for 15, and he looked pretty badly damaged. Or
All
no,
right. Yeah,
oh, how much did I hit him for? Let me know. Yeah, it was 15 because he got the extra bonus damage. So yeah, I hit the other guy for 15, and it was pretty heavy damage. This one you just hit for 8, and it slows noticeably. I'm wondering if you target the other silencer, the right, that was the leftmost. If you target the right silencer, if you nail the shot, if it will just take him down in one hit.
with that, well, between like regular damage and the bonus damage,
Yeah.
these things are probably undead, which means they probably have a weakness to it, or potentially have a weakness to it. So that's doing double damage on radiant damage. I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I honestly don't know if ChatGPT is factoring in that part at all.
It's, well, that's not always a thing that undead have, just
Right.
as standard. Some of
Right.
them just do. Some of them actually do have a vulnerability to radiant damage.
Right.
Some of them don't.
Um,
One moment, I gotta call him. So,
okay. Okay. That's okay. I'll talk to Timmy. Timmy, I yelled at you last week to come see D&D. We're playing D&D, my guy. How are you? How you doing? How's Star? How's Zimbo? You're too dead. No, I understand. I trust me. I understand. Kind of fine. Just got heat stroke. Zimbo is in his family cabin at the moment. Star is playing or sleeping. So all kind of fine. How are you? Wait, so Zimbo isn't there and Star's not there? You're actually left alone for once? I'm teasing. I'm teasing. Um, Honestly, Timmy, it's a very big, long explanation. I gave an hour-long speech at the start of my stream yesterday. Go watch that. There's a lot happening. Actually, I just need to talk to you at some point in time. I'll tell you everything that's going on. Um, there's a lot happening. Are you streaming today, or are you just hanging out watching me? Yeah, sounds good. No stream today. No. Okay. Timmy, you want to play D&D? um, it would actually take a little while to. You should honestly. This is really fun. We've got a fun way that we're doing it. So it's just me and LumberMoose right now, and we're using ChatGPT to run it. But it is really fun, really interesting. I do think you would like it. I do think you need to join us and play some Dungeons and Dragons for us. I think we need to start up a every other Friday, so every other week, every other Friday, Dungeons and Dragons game with you and Star if he's available, and LumberMoose, and I can get a couple other people probably. We can have a fun Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Yeah. See if Star is interested. Yeah, you've mentioned that before, and in all honesty, you don't need to worry about that. You're more than welcome to translate for Zimbo. As long as that is there, it doesn't matter. Like there's communication. You can translate. You've passed messages back and forth between Zimbo and us and Zimbo before. I got no problem with that. Zimbo is more than welcome to play whatever game with us whenever. He never has to feel excluded. Don't care if he doesn't speak English. He's still more than welcome to join us. You can just tell him what's happening. He doesn't need to speak any English. He doesn't need to try. He doesn't need to. But it would be good practice for him too, if he wants to practice. But at the same time, he doesn't need to. He can strictly speak Finnish, and you can tell him what's happening, and he can tell you what he does, and done. That's it.
Microphone check 1 2 1 2. I'm back.
I hear you.
All right. Sorry about that. That was my mom.
Oh, nice.
Just called to check. I heated up some dino nuggies. So.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, I had to have a 5-year-old moment today. Dino nuggies, yay!
Oh. You're good. You're good.
Okay. So I think it was my second shot.
Yes, your second shot.
All right.
Nice,
So
Timmy.
going at it was the leftmost one last time, so the rightmost one this time.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see how this works out. That's a nat 20. Feast or famine.
Right.
For a 23 total.
Um,
So
he rolls a nat 20 for 23 total to hit.
24 damage, piercing. And
You said 24 piercing?
yeah. And an additional 22 radiant damage if it happens to be undead or a. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
If critical hit confirmed, and what a shot. Jean turns smoothly from the first target, breath steady, eyes locked. The second ritual slicer is moving in low and fast. Too fast, but not fast enough. Attack 2, critical hit. I added the sound effects myself. That wasn't ChatGPT. Rightmost ritual slicer. Rolled nat 20, total 23, automatic hit. Damage 24 piercing, plus 22 radiant confirmed. The silencer is undead bound. Total 46 damage. The result, instant execution. The bullet strikes center mass and then erupts in radiant light, detonating through the wax-lined ribcage and burning out the fiendish runes beneath. The silencer seizes mid-stride, arms jerking violently before collapsing to the ground in a heap of wax and ash. One remains. End of Gene's turn. One silencer severely wounded from grazing shot. One destroyed by radiant critical hit. Waxbound infiltrator still in melee with Frosty badly damaged. Lyria protected but still vulnerable. Would Gene like to remain in place, move behind a pew or pillar, use any bonus actions? Timmy
He
says,
is going
"Good
to take
job,
a,
Moose."
so he will duck behind a pew
Gene
to try to take a more steady
duck
firing position.
behind a pew for cover and steady firing position. Perfect. Gene ducks behind a heavy stone pew, using it as both cover and brace. The wood is old but solid and provides half cover, +2 to AC against incoming ranged or thrown attacks. End of round 1 recap. Frosty blocking Lyra healed her for 15. Healed her and dealt 15 radiant damage to the infiltrator. Gene missed on one shot but dealt 8 damage with grazing shot. Landed a nat 20 on the second, dealing 46 total damage and obliterating it. Lyra wounded but stabilized behind Frosty. Dawnbringer thrumming with battle joy. That's a phrase. Enemy turn round 1. The remaining ritual silencer on the left sees his comrade vaporized and the infiltrator damaged, but presses forward and motionless. He leaps over the pew, rushing Gene's position in the back of the room, distance 20 feet. Action melee attack with twin ritual blades. Attack roll 15 versus Gene's AC +2 for cover. So it rolled.
My AC is as a base 16, so it's 18 for the cover. Actually, I didn't think that counted for melee attacks.
I don't know. It said it was for ranged and thrown attacks, but it's saying to give it to you. So
Yeah, if you're gonna give it to me, I'll take it.
I know that's what I was saying when it kind of glitched for us on the other one too, or not glitched for us, but it gave me something. I forget what it was. It gave me some. I think it gave me advantage when I shouldn't have had advantage or something like that. So, yeah, if it gives it to you, take it. Gene's AC is 18 with the cover. Hit misses. It's got twin blades, but it still only rolls one attack. Let me know Gene's AC, including the cover bonus, and I'll resolve the strike. Is 18 with the cover, 16 without. Waxbound infiltrator engaged with Frosty. Despite radiant damage searing through its body, the infiltrator lashes out with 2 desperate strikes, its form bubbling and cracking. 2 daggers strike at Frosty. Attack rolls 12 versus AC, miss. 18 versus AC. Let me know if this hits. If the 18 hits, I'll roll damage and apply any effects. If not, Frosty parries with Radiant Fury. After this, Lyra acts and we begin round 2. The Waxbound, well, no, I guess I got an ambush. Yeah, my armor class is 18. Trying to see.
Beats.
I don't think I have anything that increases my AC. Divine Spark. Restore HP to a creature. Force a creature to take necrotic or radiant damage. Sear undead, turn undead. Oh, I forgot to use. Damn it, I was totally going to do that too. I forgot I have my Frost Giant ability to add 1d6 cold damage to my attacks. I was going to do that on my last attack to the guy who's now hitting me. I don't know if it would have been enough to take him down, but he is apparently severely damaged already, so it could have. That's guided strike. Yeah, no, I've got the guided strikes. I don't have anything for AC. Frosty's AC is 18. Let's resolve those enemy attacks. Ritual Silencer versus Jean. Attack roll 15. Misses. The Silencer slashes low. Blades glancing off the stone pew. Jean stays low and calm. The crack of old wood is the only sound as waxy blade meets carved oak. The enemy is now in melee range with Jean. Wax-bound Infiltrator versus Frosty. Attack 1, 12 versus AC miss. Attack 2, 18 versus AC is a hit. The dagger slips through Frosty's defense on the second swing. Damage 7 piercing plus 3 necrotic for 10 total. Effect DC 13 Constitution saving throw or suffer Silence Bind. Can't speak or cast verbal spells until the end of next turn. I don't think I have any resistances. I do not. Okay. So I need to roll a Constitution save. Let's go ahead and take my damage. 10 damage. And con save is exactly a 13.
It beats.
Yep. Frosty rolled a 13 save. It rolled an 18 against my 18 armor class. I rolled a 13 against its 13 save. It's only fair.
Tit for tat.
Yep. Lyra's turn, bloody but conscious. Lyra presses a hand to the wound on her neck and shakily chants something in an old tongue. She holds up a charm, a silver amulet, a small silver sunburst. She casts Sanctuary on herself. Until attacked, anyone targeting her must pass a Wisdom saving throw or lose the attack spell. She then crawls 5 feet back behind Frosty, using him as full cover. Go ahead. Frosty just barely succeeds, meeting the DC with a 13. Let's see. Begin of round 2. Ritual Slicer A is injured in melee with Jean. Waxbound Infiltrator heavily damaged in melee with Frosty. Lyria healed, now under Sanctuary. You're up again. Frosty starts round 2. Frosty's Constitution save. I gave that to him. Actions, attack, movements this round. Jean will go next. You feel the dagger's necrotic bite, trying to muffle your voice. Cold wax crawling toward your throat. But you grit your teeth, grip Dawnbringer tighter, and push through. The radiant blade flares, burning the curse away. You are not silenced. All abilities and spells are fully usable this turn. Your turn, round 2. The Wax Infiltrator in front of you is flickering like a candle about to gutter out, badly damaged and unraveling. Its wax limbs tremble and strain. You're standing over Lyra, now glowing faintly with divine protection. Behind you, Jean is engaging with the last ritual silencer. Okay. I'm gonna try and fully play the hero, Captain America, this shit.
Okay.
Um, okay. Where is... Oh, okay. So that'll. I just double checking the wording on things. Yep, hero. That's right, Timmy. I am playing the hero. Frosty will grip his boomerang shield and throw it at the ritual silencer. Throw it at the silencer.
Wang.
Nat 20 for a 27.
Nice.
Rolling a nat 20 for a 27 total to hit. Double the damage die.
Some might even say super nice.
Super nice. Great damage. What? Seven. Seven slashing damage. It has Frosty's bonus action. He will touch the shield as it returns and strike the infiltrator with Dawnbringer using is War Priest feature. Alright, let's roll to hit this sucker. 11 plus 9, dirty 20. Rolling a natural 20 to hit. Damage rolled is radiant damage plus additional 6 radiant damage. 6 radiant damage will be absolutely incredible round for Frosty. A radiant shield strike followed by a righteous sword blow. The battlefield becomes a cathedral of light and steel. Action, boomerang shield toss. The ritual slicer. Natural 20 for 27. Critical hit. 7 slashing damage. Assuming it's not doubled due to flavor item. Um, Effect, the shield arcs across the chamber like a glowing crescent, slashing the silencer's wax masked face and forcing it back from Jean. Chunks of hardened wax and blood splatter across the floor. Silencer is now heavily wounded. Damn, I thought that would have killed it. I already thought it was heavily wounded. It must have like 20 HP max.
Something close to that.
Yeah.
I'll get it this second.
Yeah. I figured, like, because that shield attack is just a simple D6. But I figured since it said it was already heavily wounded from your 8, if I hit it, like, with the 7, I figured that would be enough to, like, finish it off. And it would just look cool if I just wham one and then bam the second. I was trying to be cool.
Right. I didn't quite catch. Did you take out the assassin at least?
Well, that's what it's saying right now. Yeah, still nice hit. The shield arcs across the chamber, blah, blah, blah. The bonus action, War Priest strike with Dawnbringer, target, Waxbound Infiltrator, rolled 20, natural, or not natural, hit. Damage, 10 radiant plus 6 undead, radiant, total 16. Effect, the blade of light carves cleanly through the infiltrator's rib cage. There is no blood, just a sound like a candle snuffing out. The creature shudders, collapses, and melts into the floor, leaving only black wax smoldering with radiant flame. Dawnbringer's voice hums in your mind. Good, that one will not rise again. Status update. Waxbound Infiltrator destroyed. Ritual Silencer, the last one, critically wounded. Gina's in melee. Lyra, stable, protected by Sanctuary. Frosty, standing, sword ablaze, shield in hand. Jean, still behind the pew, enemy in front of him. Jean, you're up. What would you like to do?
Okay. Um, you know what? He is extremely close to this guy, and I know there's not a penalty for trying to use a long range weapon in close range, but it doesn't like make sense. It doesn't make sense for him to really do that. So I'm gonna use finger guns
Okay.
since I actually have that. It's still a 2-hit attack, but I get actually 2 more 2-hit in order to do this, and I think 2d6 should be sufficient to take this thing out.
Okay.
So, yeah. Really just stands up, points his finger in the thing's face, cocks his thumb down, bang.
So is that like Eldritch Blast or what is that?
It's literally like it's the gunslinger feature. I do have to spend a spell slot on it, I think.
Okay.
Or no, it's a cantrip. But anyway, that's a 22 to hit for 8 force damage for the
Okay.
first.
So it basically is Eldritch Blast.
Basically, yeah.
Gene is attacking with finger guns. Uh, uh,
I was gonna say
Cocking is
the range is 90 to 360.
thumb back and making a firing motion. He rolled.
Counts as a simple ranged weapon with a range of 60 to 200 feet, 40 feet. And with the slow mastery property, you can use your spellcasting ability instead of Dex for the attack roll.
What did you say you rolled to hit?
22.
22 to hit. And you said 8 force damage?
Yeah.
Damage rolled was 8 force damage.
And it just gets further and further away the higher level I get.
Yeah, I expected that. New guy didn't even make it a month. He's getting fired.
Oof. Your job?
Yep. Okay. Gene pulls the trigger with style. Attack 1, finger guns. Make the shape of a pistol with your hand, cock your thumb, and with a confident smirk, release a blast of arcane force right into the chest of the ritual silencer. Attack roll 22, hit, damage 8 force damage. The burst slams into the silencer's torso, sending it stumbling backwards. Cracks spiderweb across the wax sealed face. It staggers off balance, barely holding its blades. On the brink, one good hit will finish it. You still have one more attack, optional bonus action, and optional movement. How is it still up? It was hit for 8, 8, and 17. That's well over 20. And it said it was like seriously damaged at 8 HP. I think it's. I don't know what it's doing.
I really should have a club attack.
Timmy says Gene should eat some pizza and drink some whiskey to kick some balls.
I really should have a club attack for utilizing my rifle as an improvised club.
I mean, I would say, yeah.
I can just reflavor that unarmed strike as that, but no, I'm straight up just gonna try to shoot it down now. Oh wait, I've got that actually counts with a thing. If I
That
remember
counts with
correctly.
a thing.
Has the slow mastery property, so it just robs it of motion. See if I can find that here real quick since slow. If you hit a creature with a revolver and deal damage, you can reduce its speed by 10 feet. until the start of your next turn. If the creature is hit more than once by the weapon with this property, the speed reduction doesn't exceed 10. So, not really important since it's right in front of me, and I think I'm going to finish it off. But just going to shoot it with the. Nope. Pretty sure that rifle shot is going to miss. So, with an 11. So I'm going to go ahead and graze it again.
Right. Gene rolls
for 8 on that.
To shoot. Gene rolls to attack with his rifle for his second attack. And rolls an 11 to hit. Gene will use his grazing shot maneuver once again. You said 8 damage?
Yep, 8 damage.
8 piercing damage. Gene, round 2, attack 2, rifle shot plus grazing shot. Attack roll 11, miss. The silencer wobbling from the force of the blast leans unperceptibly as you fire. The bullet grazes past. Grazing shot. Deal 8 piercing damage. Even with the miss, the edge of the bullet tears through the silencer's ribs, and that's all it takes. The ritual silencer jerks violently, black wax oozing from the wound. It takes a step, then another, and collapses face down at Gene's feet. Silent to the end. The cloister chamber is still again. All enemies defeated. Post-combat status. Frosty, 10 damage taken, otherwise strong. Gene unharmed. Lyra healed to 11, protected, now stunned and breathing heavily. Dawnbringer, quiet but warm with pride. Enemies destroyed. No escape, no witnesses. The aftermath. Lyria looks up from behind Frosty. Her voice trembles, but her will is steady. They weren't here to capture me. They were here to silence me before the eclipse. She holds out the sunburst charm again. It glows faintly in the aftermath of Dawnbringer's light. I'll come with you. Whatever voice Alira and I carry, it won't be part of that ritual. Would you like to return immediately to the Order's Sanctum with Lyra? Search the remains of the enemies or the area? Take any other action before leaving the cathedral?
Loot.
Yeah, I was going to say, search, loot, search. Gene and Frosty will search and loot the enemies. The defeated enemies. Before returning to the sanctum with Lyria. Smart move. Bone-right agents don't travel light, especially not when dispatched to eliminate the 13th voice. Yep, loot! Looting the fallen. You search the remains. The wax-bound assailants under the flicker of guttering candlelight, Dawnbringer's radiance, chasing away the last remnants of their unholy presence. Each carried matching gear, the ritual silencers. 2 times wax-coated ritual blades, +1 magical short sword, doing piercing damage. On a crit, deal an additional 1d4 psychic damage as they try to unravel the target's thoughts. You want a melee, instead of using your rifle as a club, you can have a wax-coated ritual blade.
Okay. You wanna copy the stats for that down and throw
Okay.
it in the Discord so I
It's
can grab
a,
it?
yeah, +1 magical short sword. On a crit, deal an additional 1d4 psychic damage. And there's 4 of those
Damn.
because each of the ritual silencers had 2 blades, and that's what their blades were, both of them. So 4 blades. They each also had a small vial of sealed wax, so 2 small vials. Holds a whisper locked soul fragment. Inert, useless, used in ritual, could be used as bait or arcane focus. Can be studied or destroyed. I say we take those in order to
Further
release the souls. And they both also carry a bone right talisman. Grants advantage on stealth checks in dim light or darkness. Wearing both on a single person would break the effect. They're magically linked and designed to prevent betrayal. What?
Okay.
Sure. The wax-bound infiltrator. The remains are partially melted into the floor, but you recover wax-bound heart core, still faintly pulsing, an arcane necrotic organ, usable in crafting or rituals. Commander Thalius will likely want this for study. Dangerous but valuable. Bone-right insignia, melted but intact. Carved obsidian clasp in the shape of a sealed mouth. Can be used to falsely identify oneself as a cult member if paired with stealth or disguise. Okay.
Sounds like that'll be useful.
Yeah. So, Gene will take one of the. You said you were taking one of the wax-coated blades?
Yep.
Alright. One of the wax-coated blades for himself and the others taken to the armory and the sanctum. The vials of soul fragments will also be taken back to the sanctum to be released, to have the souls released. And we're both going to take one of the bone right talismans, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Yeah, it gives advantage on stealth and dim light. Both Frosty and Gene take a bone right talisman. The hardcore. What? on a scale of, +1 to plus whatever, how do you feel your deception is?
Uh, no.
My deception is just a +1.
Excuse me.
Uh, I was gonna say whoever's the better of us can take the insignia.
I mean, I don't have anything in deception. I +0.
Oh, I've got a +4 into persuasion too.
Yeah, you have the higher charisma stat.
Yeah. All right. Duly noted. Uh, both Frosty and Jean
I
will
think
take
I've got
the
the higher stealth stat, so
bone right talisman. I guarantee it. Well, probably. And Frosty will take the insignia. Hardcore will be collected and taken to Thalius. I had to remember the name. Perfect. Your choices are sharp, and your handling of cursed artifacts remains disciplined. Jean takes one of the wax-coated ritual blades. Fits nicely in a thigh scabbard underneath his coat, lighter than it looks. Frosty takes the bone-right insignia, melted clasp, useful for deception or bait. Dawnbringer feels uneasy but does not resist. Just don't wear it too long. I mean, I'm not gonna wear it. I'm gonna just flash it if I need to be like,
I was gonna say I didn't say anything about needing to attune to it, right?
right? I didn't say anything about it. Yeah, I think it's just I don't know.
Your sword is clinging.
Yeah, yes. Both of us take one of the talismans. Tingles with faint wax and chill when worn. Usable, but best kept away from holy ground too long. On remaining items, the other wax-coated blade secured in the armory, the 2 vials of sealed wax to be cleansed or studied, the wax-bound heart core for Commander Thalis and the archivists. Return to the Order Sanctum. The journey back through Thornwall is swift and under discreet protection. Fog clings to cobblestones as ravens circle overhead. Lyra travels under a hooded cloak between you, silent but grateful. Commander Thalius meets you at the inner gates, eyes narrowing as he sees the recovered core and soul vials. Well done, you've bought us time and brought us proof they fear Lyra's voice. That makes her more important than ever. He gestures to an alkalite who gently leads Lyra toward the inner sanctum's warded chamber. We'll begin purifying the soul vials and keep the heart core sealed. Whatever's in there, we'll dissect it. He pauses, steepling his fingers. You have less than 3 days now. Our scouts are tracing movements across the Bone Right network. We believe the final choir vault may lie beneath the old Opaline Conservatory in the Vale Quarter, long sealed and tied to Voss's past. That's the 3rd location they've given us for where this could be.
Interesting.
It's in the crypts under the cathedral. No, Lyra's in the cathedral. It's in the worm. Worm. I forget what it was called. It wasn't Wormwood. Gosh, that was pretty far up. It was Worm Shroud. Yeah, in the first it was in the catacombs under the cathedral, then in the catacombs under the Worm Shroud, and now it's in the Opaline Conservatory in the Vale Quarter. He turns eyes hard. Rest briefly if you must, but you'll be sent in within the next 12 hours, and this time they'll expect you. They better expect us. I want a welcoming party with balloons and pizza and cake. Would you like to take a short rest or handle gear before your next mission? Visit the Archivist's armory or the sealed scroll you recovered. Proceed directly toward infiltration of the Opaline Conservatory.
I'm gonna restock on ammo.
Right. With 12 hours, we will certainly get a long rest, and Gene will restock on ammo. I don't need ammo. I have a shield. The stupidest thing ever. I'm so glad I went with that over the one that's actually useful.
I'm just sitting over here when Captain America throws his mighty shield.
That's funny. Oh, we got someone talking over on YouTube. Hey.
On the YouTubes.
Yeah. We don't get anybody on YouTube. Hey. Good to see you.
Hey, howdy, hey.
We are doing. We're playing some D&D and having fun. How are you? You have shit. Oops, shield. That's right, Timmy. Well, there was another shield I was going to grab that was like way better statistically speaking and like worked with some of the stats I had. It was like gave me advantage on initiative and a couple other things and would have been useful, but this one lets me throw it. So it's... And I had a poll. I put up a poll in chat. I got the stupid shit. I did put it to a vote, and I was the only one who voted. Nobody else voted. Doing better. Doing better. I'm confident. That's how I'm doing. You love D&D and fun. You're good. Nice. Yeah. No, we're actually... This is something I started trying out a while ago. This is the second time I've done it with my friend LumberMoose here. He's joining me. And we're using ChatGPT to play Dungeons and Dragons. ChatGPT is actually really good at creating a detailed scenario, a detailed location, filling it in, providing NPCs, pushing you through a quest line. It's actually doing really good. How can you vote? Be here a week ago. The vote happened last week when we were creating our characters. I had the poll on which shield my character would use. The shield, I forget the name of the shield, has advantage on initiative checks, and I think there was another bonus with it as well. Or this shield that just lets me throw it. So. Yeah, no, I've actually used, the first time I did it, I did this with ChatGPT playing as a solo game, just on my own. So ChatGPT created a game for me as a single player, and I played through it. So now we're trying it as a two-player going through it. So should be fun. Well, I mean it is fun. Should be interesting. I'm looking forward to when we're done with this, we're gonna sit and have a little discussion on how we feel ChatGPT works and how it can, what the future of that may be. But so long rest complete. You each take 8 hours in the safety of the Order Sanctum. All HP restored, spell slots and abilities recovered, hit dice reset. Dawnbringer refreshed and quietly humming a protective tune. Gene restocks all standard and special ammunitions. As Gene finishes cleaning his rifle and loading rounds with quiet precision, Frosty meditates with Dawnbringer glowing gently at his side, a miniature sun pulsing in the dark beneath the cathedral. Let me go ahead and mark that long rest. Take long rest. Confirm long rest. During your prep time, Thalius arranges consecrated burst vessel, newly sanctified. We now have 2 consecrated burst vessels. Our last reserve, he says, do not lose it. Updated map of the Vale Quarter with a red marked entrance to the Opaline Conservatory's sublevels. Said to be sealed by the Choir Key, an artifact once belonging to Malric Voss himself. Vault may be protected by both fiendish and musical wards. Sound locks, as the archivists put it. We did get that one key to burn away a lock.
Yeah, I did get that. What was it called again?
Seal Breaker's Wax, a glyph marked wax stick that when pressed against any infernal, fiendish, or necromantic seal will dissolve it silently within 1 round. I'm going to take a quick snip of that so that I have that fresh and on hand. Yeah, so the setting that we ended up getting for our current story, the current campaign that we're playing, is a Victorian London themed kind of Bloodborne-esque environment, but instead of werewolves, we're dealing with undead creatures that are, well, they're called soulbound. They take and pull out it's kind of creepy to mention it, but they pull out the person's tongue and their eyes and replace it with ritualized wax and then bind the dead soul into the living person, making them a living undead, like trapped in their own body. So we're fighting undead that are also still. It's an interesting combination, and it's shit that ChatGPT just pulled out its ass. It's honestly, I think, rather creative. Optional pre-mission interactions before you depart. Consult the archivists to study the sealed infernal scroll from earlier. Ask about the choir key or known layout of the Opaline Conservatory. Request any specific gear or information. Roleplay with Commander Thalius or Lyria, currently safe and recovering. What would you like to do?
I think I would actually like to try to do the recon work. Start making a plan of attack. Check the map, basically.
Right. Try and learn the layout of the conservatory. I agree. I agree. Gene and Frosty will study the map and speak with uh, Thalius to learn more about the Opaline Conservatory and its layout to try and find any tactical advantages. You unfurl the warm parchment map under the flickering light of the sanctum's candle sconces. The Vale Quarter, a tangled web of narrow streets, crumbling facades, and tangled alleyways, sprawls before you. But your eyes lock on the Opling Conservatory. Tactical briefing. The Opling Conservatory tactical briefing. Commander Thalius steps forward, tracing a gnarled finger over the map. The conservatory was once a grand botanical palace, glass ceilings, ornate ironwork, and gardens that thrived beneath the city's murk. It's been sealed for decades, after Voss's influence spread through its halls. Its sublevels are carved beneath the ruins. A series of vaults and catacombs now twisted by bone-right magic. They call these the choir vaults because the cult's rituals echo there. The sound locks you'll encounter react to vibrations and specific frequencies. Loud noises or magic can trigger alarms or worse. The choir key is said to be the only artifact that can unlock the sound wards safely. It's rumored to be a small blackened wax candle carved with infernal runes, likely hidden within the conservatory's upper levels. There are three main ingress points. The garden entrance, a shattered greenhouse door overgrown but less guarded. The servants' tunnel, a narrow, forgotten passage that leads under the conservatory, but rumored to be trapped. The main hall, the grandest entrance, heavily warded and likely crawling with cultists. If you want to avoid detection, the garden entrance seems your best bet. It offers cover but risks exposure to wild magic in the overgrowth. The servants' tunnel is dangerous, but might be the fastest route. The main hall will be the hardest, but could give you a direct line to the vault. Thalius's advice. The cultists will be prepared. Voss knows you're coming. Expect wax-bound horrors, illusions, and spectral choir echoes. Your burst vessel will be vital, but so will silence and stealth. If you can locate the choir key, that might let you bypass some of the wards. Otherwise, prepare for a fight in the dark. So, we can ask the archivists or Lyra about wild magic or flora. So I am going to ask Thalius if there are any spare troops, any spare uh, combatants, because I have an idea. Frosty has an idea and asks Thalius if there are any additional forces, any additional combatants that can be spared. Frosty steps forward, his towering presence casting a long shadow over the flickering candlelight as he speaks to Thalius. Thalius considers the question, his scarred face tightening and thoughtful. We are stretched thin, the eclipse draws near, but every hand is needed on the front lines. Still, he pauses and nods slowly. There is a small elite unit, the Veil Wardens. They specialize in stealth and ward breaking, and their leader, a half-elf named Saran Vale, owes me a favor. I can spare a pair to accompany you, but they operate best in small numbers, no more than 2. One expert scout and one arcane specialist who can help with wards and sound blocks. They're cautious but effective. Their presence could give you an edge, especially if you plan on sneaking through the garden entrance or the servants' tunnels. Serene Veil Scout, expert tracker skilled in stealth and reconnaissance, uses light magical illusions, and has keen senses. Kaylin Meyer, arcane specialist, focuses on dispelling wards and disabling traps, and subtle counter magic carries tools for silence and disruption of magical sound wards. If you want, I can send them to meet you in an hour for a briefing and to join your team. Well, let me explain the plan, because that's not exactly what I was looking for. Frosty says, to be honest, I was hoping for a number of a number of bodies to act as decoy. If they are expecting us, then we can have a contingency hit with the main hall. What was it? Yeah. Hit the entrance of the main hall, drawing out as many cultists and wax. What the hell did I say they were? Wax bound. Yeah. As many cultists and wax bound as possible. Their goal is not to press the attack or put themselves in harm, but to fire from fortified positions and delay the combat as long as possible for us to sneak in the garden entrance and find the key and the vault while everyone is distracted. Thalius' eyes narrow, then a slow, grim smile tugs at the corner of his scarred lips. Now that sounds like the mind of someone who's fought wars, not just monsters. He walks toward the map, resting one gauntleted hand on the main hall marking and the other near the garden entrance. We don't have the numbers for a full-scale assault, but a decoy operation, we can do that. Thalius agrees to deploy a small strike team, a crossbow-armed suppression squad, posted in fortified alleys across from the main hall. Their job would begin a ranged assault with wholly laced bolts and alchemical fire. Appear to be a larger force through use of illusion flares and mirror signals flashes. Retreat behind checkpoints if pressed. Do not engage in melee. Draw out as many defenders as possible from the vault's upper levels. They'll make just enough noise to make the cult believe you are leading the charge. That should buy you time to slip through the garden and down into the vault. Tactical benefits gained, +2 to deception or stealth checks during infiltration due to distraction. Cult forces will shift patrol patterns to reinforce the main hall. If you succeed at reaching the vault quietly, you may encounter fewer active defenders inside. Thalius solemnly. This gambit will cost us. If you fail, you lose more than just the city. Make sure their sacrifice is worth it. You lock eyes with Frosty, then Jean. You depart in 2 hours. Be ready. Would you like to meet briefly with the Veil Wardens to coordinate support? Ask Lyra anything before you go. Make final purchases or requests from the armory. Or fast forward to the infiltration of the Opaline Conservatory. So we can still take the Veil Wardens with us. The one said they were a master at breaking wards.
Right, yeah, those sound wards that they're sure we're going to encounter.
Yeah, so if we take them, then we don't really need to find the key. Hey, TC.
It might not be a bad idea to have that as a backup plan.
Right, right,
Or another contingency, I should say.
right. Frosty and Jean still agreed to meet up with the Veil Wardens, even with the decoy team established. Veil Wardens who make of their services with the decoy team established. Okay. Excellent. With the decoy strike arranged, having the Veil Wardens join you as a precision team adds a sharp edge to the plan. You'll have both noise and shadows on your side. The Veil Wardens arrive. Exactly 1 hour later, 2 cloaked figures arrive at the Sanctum's lower war gate. They're escorted in silence by Order Sentinels who step back the moment they cross the threshold. Their boots make no sound. They smell faintly of ash and lavender oil, the kind used to mask blood and rot in tight spaces. High Elf, or Serene Veil, the Veil Scout. Half Elf, angular features, sharp amber eyes, black-gray cloak lined with with shimmer leaf for camouflage. Longbow on her back, 2 short daggers at her belt, quiet, precise, and observant. She nods at you both without a word, and signs in thieves' cant. 2 targets, 1 entrance. Light distraction, we slip. When she speaks aloud, her voice is soft but clear. We move on your signal. I can guide you through the overgrowth without triggering the flora if the map is still accurate. Kaylin Meyer, Arcane Specialist. Pale-skinned human with charcoal tattoos along her jaw and temples. Robes of woven warding thread and wax treated gloves, carries a ritual knife, scroll tubes, and a sealed silver bell. Eyes glow faintly blue under his hood. Kalen studies Frosty and Jean for a moment, then unseals a small orb. Sound wards, silence traps, memory echoes. Expect them. I can break or mute most of them. Once. After that, it's steel and prayers. He offers a nod towards Jean's rifle. And lead. That helps too. Alright, so we have a scout infiltrator, advantage on stealth, trap detection, and sharpshooter. Then we have Kalen Meyer, ward disruption supporter, 2 times silence, 1 dispel magic, 1 counter spell. Wax lock decoding. You now have a 4-person infiltration unit plus the decoy strike team drawing heat in the main hall. Final phase before departure. You depart in 1 hour via secret carriage drop at the Vale Quarter's edge. Would you like to ask the wardens any questions? Share tactical orders. Example given. Who scouts ahead? Who watches Lyra's artifact if recovered? Who watches Lyra's artifact if recovered? Where did this come from? Lyra doesn't have an artifact.
Okay.
I'll request anything else from Thalius or the Sanctum. We have that Seal Breaker's wax. I say we give that to our Ward Disruptor.
Yeah, that would be probably the one to use it.
And I would say, because you were the one who made like the awesome check, I would say that you were the one that she gave that to. So Jean still has the Seal Breaker's wax, 1 use. A glyph marked wax. Wait, hyphenate dash. Glyph marked wax. Stick that press it's any infernal fiendish or romantic seal will dissolve it silently within 1 round. He hands this wax stick to Kalen as an additional resource. That's the gift. Say that. Okay, so Jean still has the gifted Seal Breaker's wax. What it does, he hands this wax stick to Kalen as an additional resource to help our infiltration. An excellent tactical choice. Gene's willingness to hand over such a rare item shows just how serious this mission has become. Gene hands off the seal breaker's wax to Kalen. Kalen's gloved hand accepts the glyph mark wax with great care, holding it up to the light. Infernal glyphs shimmer faintly along its surface, like dying embers. Kalen Meyer. This will save us minutes we may not have. Or a limb I'd rather keep. He nods once and tucks the stick into a reinforced compartment in his bandolier. I'll reserve it for a primary vault seal or a last-minute lockdown. Thank you, Gene. All right. Final tactical roles suggested. Syrian scouts ahead in the garden overgrowth. Advantage on stealth, detects hazards. Kalen disables traps and seals. Frosty leads frontline defense. If ambushed, tank, radiant force. Gene provides overwatch, ranged control with eliminates priority targets. Objective, infiltrate the conservatory, locate the choir key, access the final choir vault, and destroy it using the burst vessel. Okay. Yeah, so I say we more or less follow their prescribed plan. Um,
Yep. I was already going to suggest going on Overwatch myself, so
yeah. So
I'll go with that.
Gene and Frosty and the Wardens depart, waiting at the edge of the Opaline Conservatory. The edge of the conservatory near the broken garden entrance, waiting for the signal, in parentheses, sounds of firefight, of the decoy unit, and then waiting 2 minutes for enemies to be drawn away by the fighting. Before making their entrance. Serene will scout ahead with Frosty on her heels, ready to pull her back and take point if ambushed or attacked. Kalen will follow behind with Gene and his rifle in the back, taking Overwatch as we proceed.
Yep, that sounds like a plan to me.
Your plan unfolds like a blade from a sheath, quiet, sharp, and ready to strike. Nightfall in the Vale Quarter. The streets around the Opaline Conservatory are shrouded in fog and silence, broken only by the soft creak of frost-wilted vines and the occasional distant chime of a broken music box caught in the wind. Your team kneels low just outside the overgrown garden entrance, half swallowed by thorned ivy and wrapped in warped glass. From here, the conservatory resembles a mausoleum more than a place of learning. Moonlight filters through the skeletal remains of its shattered glass dome. The signal suddenly thwump. A bolt hisses through the veil air. Then another. A heartbeat later, the decoy strike team opens fire. Crackling flame, shouting in infernal, bell-like screeches from inside the hall. You hear the waxbound answering. Shrill, what? Ululations, what? Ululations. Search Google for ululations.
Yeah,
Ululation.
huh.
Ululation, trilling or lela, is a long, wavering, high pitched vocal sound resembling a howl with a trilling quality. It is produced by emitting a high pitched, loud voice accompanied with a rapid back and forth movement of the tongue and the uvula. Oh.
Oh, the Xena noise. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, I get
yeah.
it.
That thing.
I get that. I never heard it described that way.
Never heard that word in my entire life. But now there shrill ululations. Ululations. Heavy stomps and screeching brass as doors are thrown open. Kaling checking a silver chime he carries. Wards are pulling back. They think the fight's elsewhere. 2 minutes pass. You wait. Every second stretches. At the 90-second mark, Serene signals, 2 fingers raised, then swept forward like wind through the trees. Time to move. Infiltration. Garden entrance. Formation. Siren, Scout, Stealth Lead, Frosty, Second, Tank Guard, Kalen, Arcane Support, Ward Breaker, Jean, Rear Guard, Overwatch. Stealth and infiltration rolls. They rolled for us.
Oh no.
Yeah, we need to.
Just a moment here to
Yeah.
find that.
You forgot that we have
We have our
character sheets with our stats.
And if it's a stealth roll, you'd be looking for.
And they said that they give us advantage on this because of
Okay.
having her in the party, but also we have those pins that give us advantage in dim light.
Roll with advantage. Even then, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. I still rolled a 15. Okay. With our own stats. Frosty did indeed roll a 15, and Jean a 20, not natural. You're absolutely right. Thank you for the reminder. Your stat sheets are what we're working from, and I'll fully defer to your roles and abilities moving forward. Let's update the lock in the infiltration based on your team's roles. Yeah, so it's at least good on, um, you know, working with things and all that. Um, so let's see. We've got. At first, it rolled for us, and it did give us descriptions, um, which it really didn't give us those descriptions before, so or afterwards. Group stealth advantage is a success. No detection. Your team infiltrates through the broken garden gate, bypass initial wards, and begins entry into the overgrown conservatory proper. Um, Jean moves like a ghost, finds solid cover, no sound. Frosty, large frame but practice, armor muffled, quiet enough. Serene rolled a 23, blends seamlessly with vine and stone. Kayleen a 19, ropes warded, movement precise. Uh, in the garden, inside the overgrowth is unnatural. Faint whispers ride the wind, though no mouth speaks. The plants recoil from Dawnbringer's light. Thorn vines twitch in your peripheral vision. Kayleen gestures you to halt as he studies the stonework ahead. Ritual trace here. Sound warded. He pulls a silver tuning orb from his belt, taps it against the glyph marked vine growing over a marble archway. It hums, then fizzles. Silence trap disarmed. Progress made, 1 of 3 checkpoints cleared. Ahead, the echo arches. You begin weaving through a corridor of broken glass arches. Each one is carved with choir glyphs meant to capture and reflect sound, trapping echoes like cages. Siren raises a fist. Hold. Movement near the conservatory's fountain. Single patrol, wax bound. Tactical options: wait in silence and let it pass. Ambush, take it out quietly before it can raise an alarm. Redirect, Kalen may be able to throw a silent distraction deeper into the garden. Split movement, let Serene sneak past and scout ahead while others remain hidden. And then, yeah, it gives in more details. Tactical decision point. Current status, wards bypassed. You've reached the Echo Arches. A lone waxbound patrol. Tactical decision point. Wait in silence. Risk, patrol may return later or detect you if it changes path. Benefit, no sound or risk of alerting others. Silent ambush. Risk, if you miss or it cries out, alarms may trigger. Benefit, removes a threat and gives you more control. Magical distraction. Risk, patrol might report strange activity or trigger a new patrol. Benefit, no combat, still removes threat from your path. Split movement. Risk, isolates part of the team if she's detected. Benefit, potential intel on the key's location. Let me know what you would like to do. So I'm for a silent ambush. That's, I mean,
Yeah. Let me see here.
you got your finger guns. I think that would be considered silent.
Actually, only costs me
Pew.
1 action to cast concealed shot, and that renders my rifle silent.
Oh, nice.
And 1 action is literally 3 seconds, so I can literally do that as the first part of my action on a turn to make the shot quiet, or just do it now. Do it now.
um, do, sorry, I just had something pop up.
No stress. It's all good.
All right. Uh, with practice signals, gene motions for a silent ambush. He readies his rifle with. What'd you say the ability was called?
What it's called? Jump back to it.
It's just silent shot or something.
Concealed shot.
Concealed shot.
The ranged weapon you touch is made supernaturally subtle for the duration. When you make a ranged attack using this weapon, the weapon or ammunition you're using becomes invisible while in flight, and the weapon becomes silent.
Made
Weapon produces a
supernaturally.
light. The smells, yeah. The spell suppresses these effects. The weapon or projectile using becomes visible again after the attack hits or misses. If you are hidden and the target is 80 feet or further from you, the attack doesn't reveal your location. Yep. But it's good for an ambush.
Yep. Supernaturally silent. The projectile is same. Celine readies her bow, and Frosty readies his boomerang. Ready to strike in unison. I don't remember what equipment Kale had. I will actually. Does care. What's his name? Kalen. Does Kalen have a silent range attack? Perfectly executed, your squad slips into a coordinated silent kill triangle. Movement smooth as breath. Shadows dance across the marble work as each of you takes your mark. Kalen's arsenal silent attack capabilities. Kalen nods silently when Frosty looks at him. He unslings a small wand, Powerful wax glyphs and whispers and arcane. Silent but precise, just don't miss. So Kalen's silent options. Spell, Mind Sliver, Psionic Whisper of Pain. Effect, 1d6 psychic damage, no sound, forces an int save, or subtracts 1d4 from the next save, range 60 feet. Silent by design, projects pain directly into the target's mind. Silent ambush ready to fire. Jean readies his concealed shot. Serene knocks a barbed arrow, silently holding breath. Frosty grips his boomerang shield. Kayleen prepares his mind sliver if needed. The wax-bound patrol, a twisted husk of a man, its head dripping with wax like a melted candle, lumbers toward a half-crushed stone bench, unaware. A flicker of violet fire pulses in its shallow chest. You now have the drop. Would you like to roll your attacks and declare targets, or should I resolve the ambush volley with a group roll and target assignment? You may also roll initiative if you'd like to be fully tactical, or try to take it down in a single synchronized round. We will try and take it down in a single
Just one target?
Yeah. A single synchronized attack. Jean fires. Rolling a what to hit.
Let's find out. $18.
18. Damage roll is
20 piercing plus 8 radiant if undead or faint.
8 radiant? That's a small roll for you.
Yep, it's 2 force.
And 8 radiant damage if the target is dead. Frosty launches his shield. A 15. 18. Oh, 15 was the stealth check, yeah. 18. Roll is next to nothing, but I'll still take it. It's a damage. It's just 1d6 slashing. There's no bonus to it. 3 fucking points. Damage roll is 3. Yeah, it's not. So, if you're proficient with something, it adds to the damage as well. So it's like it adds that proficiency to the damage as well. So it would still be +4 then. I didn't add that in last time. I didn't stop to think about it. So that makes it a 7. Your team strikes with terrifying precision, like a quartet of shadows folding into violence. Synchronized silent ambush. Gene, concealed shot. Rolled to hit 18. Hit. Damage 20 piercing. Bonus radiant plus 8. Undead confirmed. Total 28 damage. The rifle fires with no report, no flash. Just a sharp whistle in the air, brutal impact that caves in the wax-bound creature's left shoulder, and a burst of molten wax and bone chips. The radiant energy sears through the hollow chest cavity, striking the flick. Okay. So much for reading that aloud.
Just can't fathom what causes that.
I mean, it has to be something to do with the violence involved because it's still coming up on attack rounds. But exactly what point triggers that and when what the others don't is what's confusing as hell. And I wonder if that's something that being logged in as a logged in. I don't think it would. I don't think it'd make any difference being logged in.
It might. I won't totally discount it, but it may.
Can you rephrase your previous message? It says it was removed for violating policies. Certainly. Here's the rephrased version of the previous message, keeping everything within the guidelines. Your team moves like a rehearsed unit, striking in absolute silence with flawless timing. Gene, concealed shot. Hit 18, success. 20 piercing, plus 8 radiant, undead confirmed. Gene's shot is nearly invisible, no flash, no sound. The wax-bound shoulder is blown apart in a sudden burst of dark wax, and the radiant force scorches a hollow flame within its chest. Frosty boomerang shield. Hit 18, success. Damage 8, slashing. Frosty shield slices through the air, striking the creature squarely. The blow caves in part of the head and dislodges melted wax like broken plaster before the shield snaps back to his grip with a practiced flick. Serene, barbed arrow. Hit 21, success. Damage 9 piercing, plus 4 poison. Serene's arrow sinks into the throat, lodging between cords of wax. The poison seeps in quickly, blackening the surrounding substance like ink in water. Kalen, mind sliver. Save, intellect, failed. Damage, 4 psychic. Effect, the target suffers negative 1d4 on its next saving throw. I don't think it's going to be there to save anything. Kayleen channels a ripple of psionic pain directly into the creature's mind. Its body jerks unnaturally before freezing in place, light dimming inside its waxy form. Target eliminated. The wax-bound collapses into the grass without a sound, its corrupted life force fading. No alert is raised, no patrols react. Kalen exhales quietly and nods. Effective. Let's keep moving. Situation update. Garden patrol neutralized. Echo arches are now clear. A soft, unnatural orange glow flickers ahead. Through fractured glass, you can see what looks like a rotunda, possibly housing the choir key. Tactical options. Would you like to search the waxbound for clues, tokens, or keys? Send Serene ahead to scout the rotunda. Use stealth and proceed together. Prepare spells, buffs, or check magical auras before moving forward.
We probably want to check this thing out and see if it's got anything useful.
Yes, we do. Okay, that's what I was afraid of. Just double check bless. Bless only lasts for a minute, so would not behoove me to cast that until we're in combat. Alright, So, waited a long time for this. Okay. Sure. Have fun. YouTube is weird. I thought Twitch was bad with bots.
I didn't see it.
Well, apparently the first message they pulled back and put a second message in there. Apparently they edged our streams. They hold it for 2 hours and then let it out in their sister's bed. So, whatever works for them.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Have fun. I'm glad you enjoy it.
Now I know, and knowing is
Half the
battle.
torment. All right, so you want to check the body. I am going to say that Gene motions for Celine to search the body, since she has all the investigation and detection and everything. Gene motions for Celine to search the body while he provides Overwatch. Gene is overwatching all the watches that are over. She uses a slim bone hook to pry open the wax seams of its robes and pulls free several items wrapped in blackened cloth. The wax insignia seal, a small token marked with the symbol of the choir of wax, pressed in black wax and bone dust, possibly used as a ward bypass or recognition token. Prayer scroll fragment, a scrap of vellum with wax runes across it, words half burned out. When the key is turned, the vault sings. Could hint at a mechanism or ritual tied to the choir key. Key ring with 3 glass keys. Fragile, finger-length keys made from faintly glowing opaline glass, likely intended for conservatory locks or sealed doors inside the vault complex. Vial of clouded wax, a potion-like flask of swirling gray wax. Serene with a nature check 16. Inhaled by the choir thralls, grants them temporary resistance to radiant or fire. Oh. She quietly distributes the findings to the team. Gene or Frosty may carry the sigil token. Glass keys likely needed for vault access. May keep or destroy the vial or save it for analysis. Prayer scroll given to Kaylin for deciphering later. Rotunda's ahead, tall chamber. Vines cover most of it, but the center is clear. I see a pedestal, no guards yet. Kaylin, magical interference is thicker here, like we're walking inside a spell. It's just beginning to breathe. So next moves. Proceed silently towards the rotunda. Assign who carries what items. Prep for combat or magical defense. Send Kaylin or Frosty forward to test for glyphs or seals. Hand the Kaylin will take the keys and sigil as our uh, ward block bypass. After taking those, I think we would continue to proceed silently forward to the rotunda.
Yep.
Yeah.
Would be my thought.
Yeah, I don't. It suggests sending me or Kalen out in front alone to test for glyphs. I don't think splitting the party and acting like a rabbit looking for pit traps is the way to go. After taking those, we will proceed together silently towards the rotunda. Galen silently collects the glass keys and the choir sigil, tucking them inside into a side pouch lined with silk, meant to prevent magical resonance. Galen low whispers, "Let's hope these open more doors than they curse." With your formation steady, your party moves forward, quiet as mist beneath candlelight. Infiltration approach to the rotunda. You wind through what was once a formal indoor garden, now warped by ritual overgrowth. Thorn vines twitch faintly at your presence, but recoil from Dawnbringer's inner light. Broken windows stretch high above, filtering dim moonlight across ruined marble. The rotunda looms ahead, a doomed circular chamber of cracked glass and marble, partially collapsed. The garden has overtaken most of it, but at the center, the choir key pedestal, a raised stone pedestal, sits in a shaft of eerie amber light. Upon it floats a crystalline object, a spherical choir globe made of fused wax and glowing glass, humming with faint harmonic vibrations. You instinctively feel it. This is the choir key. You also spot runes inscribed on the marble ring beneath the pedestal. 4 half-melted wax figures kneeling around it, not moving but not crumpled. A subtle pulse of energy every 30 seconds, like a heartbeat in the weave. Kalen's passive arcana, a 17. Okay. I didn't know there was a passive arcana.
Me neither.
Okay. There's a containment field around the key. Trap reward. The statues may be soulbound guardians, dormant, not dead. Tactical choices. You've reached the rotunda undetected. Current formation: Serene, front, ready to scout closer if needed. Frosty beside her, Dawnbringer quietly humming. Kalen, midline, eyes locked on the pedestal. Jean, rear overwatch. What would you like to do? Examine the runes, Kalen or Frosty via Arcana Religion. Send Serene or Kalen to inspect the key field more closely. Ready a coordinated attack on the 4 Wax Guardians preemptively. Attempt to disable the ward around the key. Jean watches for reinforcements from upper galleries or rear halls. Let me know how the group proceeds. I think we would want to have Kalen inspect and see if we can prevent the wax figures from activating.
Just be ready to put a bullet in it if I got to.
Yep. So,
Pretty much my MO.
yeah. Um, Frosty asks Kalen to see if there is a way to dismantle or at least prevent triggering the wax guardians while him, Serene, and Jean take ready positions. Galen steps closer to the pedestal, eyes narrowing as he studies the runes and the wax figures. Rolls a 19 total, including modifiers. Kalen's fingers trace the intricate waxen runes, and he murmurs incantations under his breath. The containment field pulses softly in response. Findings. The wax guardians are linked by a shared sympathetic bond to the pedestal. Disturbing one will trigger all four to animate simultaneously. The runes inscribed beneath the pedestal form a complex warding sigil designed to repel intruders and protect the key. The field can be temporarily suppressed by disrupting a delicate balance in the runes, but it requires steady focus and a concentration spell or ritual to hold the ward open. There is a glyph of silence layered into the wards, so any loud noise or combat will instantly reactivate the guardians and the containment field. Kalen whispering, if I can concentrate and disrupt the rune's flow, we can get the key without waking those figures. But it's a fragile window. I'll need protection and no distractions. Frosty, Jean, and Serene are in ready positions, primed to act if anything goes wrong. If the Guardians awaken, combat will be immediate and immense. Silent stealth or magical suppression is key. Next move, Kalen begins to. The ritual to suppress the ward requires concentration. You'll have to guard him. Frosty, Jean, and Serene maintain stealth and ready stance. Prepare for any sudden movement or suggest a different plan of action. So I think we should go with his with the plan to have him suppress the ward and try and get it without activating the guardians.
I think that would probably be the most effective course of action for the time being.
So I think you and I will. It says he needs to be. We'll have to guard him, so I think you and I will stand guard over him, and Seren will be waiting, poised to snatch the key the second the ward is down.
Right.
Kalen is given permission to begin the ritual. Frosty and Jean will take point around him, guarding him from each side. Celine will raise herself, ready to snatch the key the second the boards are open. Kayleen nods, settling into a low squat before the pedestal, hands tracing the glowing runes as he begins the delicate ritual to suppress the wards. Kayleen murmurs the ancient words, weaving subtle threads of arcane energy into the runic pattern beneath the choir key. The ember glow flickers at the containment field, thins and shimmers. Frosty and Jean guard posture. Both take up flanking positions by Kaylin's side, weapons drawn but silent, eyes sharp for any sign of movement. Dawnbringer emits a soft light, casting long shadows that flicker against the cracked marble. Serene, ready to seize. Serene crouches near the pedestal, arrow knocked and bowstring taut, eyes on the half-melted wax figures. Concentration check for Kayleen to maintain the ritual. Roll 16, total success. The words around the choir key shimmer and fade into near invisibility. The wax guardians remain statuesque, frozen in place as if held by an unseen force. Opportunity to act. The key now floats vulnerable and glowing softly, humming with barely restrained power. Serene can attempt to retrieve the choir key quietly. Frosty and Jean maintain vigilance, ready to intervene if guardians stir. Kayleen continues to hold the ritual, preparing for quick disengagement. How do you proceed? Yes, just like that.
Yeah, you pretty much summed it up.
Yeah.
I don't have much to add to that, honestly.
Yeah, just as described. Celine reaches for the key. Frosty and Jean cover Kaylin. Kaylin maintains concentration until Celine retrieves the key.
Hell hydrate.
Yep. Celine moves with practiced grace, her fingers brushing the smooth, glowing surface of the choir key. The humming dims slightly as she lifts it from the pedestal. Silent as a whisper, no alarms triggered. Serene sleight of hand to retrieve the key quietly. Roll 21. Success. The wax guardians remain motionless, frozen by Kayleen's sustained ritual. Frosty and Jean tighten their stance, eyes scanning every shadow, weapons ready. Kayleen's voice is a low murmur as he maintains his ward suppression. Hold. Just a moment longer. Key in hand, Serene carefully tucks the choir key in her padded pouch, securing it for transport. Kayleen's concentration check to maintain ward suppression during retrieval. 18. Success. The containment field flickers briefly but holds strong. The wax guardians do not stir. Kayleen whispering, "We have the key now. Time to retreat before this fragile balance snaps." What's your plan for exiting the rotunda and heading back? Retrace your steps stealthily. Use a different route. Prepare for possible pursuit or ambush on the way out. That's, I mean, we have the key. We need to proceed into the towards the vault.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the way we retrace our steps stealthily or use a different route. direction the vault is in. Is it back the way you came or down a different path? Because that is what would guide us, especially now that we have. Excellent question. You're absolutely thinking like a team that's been in the field too long to make a noisy loop. Conservatory layout, what you know. From earlier planning with Thalius and the Order's archivists, you were given a rough schematic of the Opaline Conservatory and its vault paths. Known layout from studying the building. The garden rotunda is built atop an older structure. The vault access stair lies beneath it, accessible via a hidden spiral stairwell sealed beneath the rotunda floor. It's magically locked, requires acquire key and sigil token to bypass, which we have. The route you entered via the broken garden wall leads away from the vault. The true choir vault lies directly below the chamber, one level down, beyond a sealed threshold known as the Mouth of Silence. Kalian, his earlier 17 Arcana passive. The pedestal wasn't just a display, it was a ward lock. The key's removal may have triggered a quiet countdown. The vault below us will open, but we may only have limited time before the Guardians awaken. In summary, going back the way you came leads you away from the vault. The vault lies directly beneath the rotunda. Now that you have the choir key and sigil, you can descend. Likely time sensitive, removing the key may have started a ritual chain reaction. Would you like to immediately search for and unlock the vault stairwell beneath the rotunda? Take a moment to prep buff before unlocking it. Retreat to report to Thalius and return later with risks of the vault being occupied. I say immediately search for and unlock the vault stairwell.
Yep, that would be my thought.
All right.
We'll let this get away from us.
With the choir key secured and time ticking, you move decisively. Kalen steps forward, still holding the wax-inscribed choir sigil. Serene hands him the choir key, and together the two items are pressed into the pedestal's now open chamber. There's a low harmonic pulse, a deep resonating chord that reverberates through the marble. The floor beneath the rotunda shifts with an ancient groan, revealing a circular stairwell spiraling downward into utter blackness. A faint breeze escapes the opening, thick with old wax, ash, and incense. Somewhere below, something listens. Kalen, grim. That's it. That's the Mouth of Silence. Dawnbringer to Frosty, gentle. I sense them. Souls, twisted, waiting. We must bring light below. New location unlocked. The third choir vault. Beneath the Opaline Conservatory, the final node in the ritual network. Your team formation, descending order. Frosty, first down. Dawnbringer drawn. Leading the light. Serene behind Frosty, bow readied, scanning for traps. Kayleen holding the key and sigil, maintaining focus. Jean last, covering the rear, rifle loaded and scanning high. Initial descent. You descend 60 feet of stone steps, spiraling in absolute darkness, only Dawnbringer's glow keeping the black at bay. Eventually the stair opens into a subterranean chamber and the air changes. The vault of the final choir. You emerge into a cathedral-like crypt of black stone and bone-inlaid columns. Choir alcoves line the walls, filled with wax-sealed effigies, silently chanting without breath. At the far end, a half-formed altar, pulsing like a beating heart, surrounded by three ritualists, standing motionless, heads bowed in prayer, not yet aware of your presence. The choir key begins to vibrate silently in Kalen's hands. Would you like to attempt a stealthy approach to take out the ritualist by surprise? Use the key to immediately interfere with the altar. Prepare spells, traps, or buffs before moving further. Thoughts or ideas?
Well, I mean, if I have the option, I'm definitely going to pop a concealed shot just to make sure that my first shot is mostly silent whenever this does pop off, if it pops off.
Right.
Um,
Well, we
I
also
mean,
have, I mean, of course, I don't know what it would do, but
yeah, go ahead.
we have two of the consecrated burst vessels, and that is the altar right in front of us with the ritualists surrounding the altar. I wonder what would happen if you get a stealth throw with the holy hand grenade.
Maybe. I may want to consult with the Oracle and find out what kind of roll that would take to be stealthy about rolling that thing.
Right.
'Cause I
Well, I
still
mean,
have to count.
we're already in stealth. We already have we have that sneak attack possibility. So it'd be you like throwing it onto the altar or at the base of the altar and then being like, "What is this?" and then boom in their face. Um, More or less, it would destroy the altar immediately, ending the ritual, and then we just have to fight our way out or fight whatever. Um, but it would be like sort of a round one accomplished situation. But given their whole thing of any sound alerts people and sets off alarms, I would also be, you know, curious what that would result in. Because my thought was, since we have two of the burst vessels, is that we could throw the one, like, stealth attack with the one, throw it to the ritual site, and as soon as we throw it, instantly turn around and run. Let that one go off as we're climbing out, destroy the altar, and then set the second one at the base of the pillar as we get out, destroying the entrance and collapsing the entrance so nobody can even get into the vault anymore.
Okay, I'll see what you're going for.
Yeah. Um, and we can still do that, but without the running, we can send the stealth burst vessel to the altar, destroy the altar. That may or may not kill the ritualists around the altar. Um, but I don't know what other people it's gonna alert, if any. Like, I don't know if those four golem things up top are gonna.
I imagine this thing is going to be pretty loud when it blows.
Yeah. But given that we've removed the key from the pedestal and opened up the pedestal, I don't know if that would even activate the um, guardians. Actually, that's a question for Kalen. Frosty turns to Kalen in the silence and whispers. Now that is removed and the pedestal, pedestal, I don't know how to spell that. Fuck it. I almost got it. And the pedestal door opened are the 4 wax guardians up top. Fully disabled or loud sounds still activate them. Aileen holds the choir key in both hands, his eyes flickering between the glowing sigils and the gently pulsing, still gently pulsing across the surface, and the faint outline of the wax guardians echoing behind his eyelids like after images. Kaylin whispers, focused. The pedestal's lock was suppressing their bond. Once the key was taken, the ritual link began to fray, not sever. They're dormant for now, but if we trigger an alert down here, loud sounds or magical surges could ripple upward and reawaken them. He glances at the spiral stair above, frowning. They're in temporary blind spot, or we're in a temporary blind spot. But if the choir's magic stabilizes, they'll sing again. The 4 wax guardians above are not fully disabled. Frosty whispers back. If the altar is fully destroyed, does that mean the choir's magic is stable and the guardians are disabled? So making it sound like they're tied into the choir's magic directly, which I think is still the altar. Kaling considers for a long silent beat, then leans in close to respond, his voice barely audible over the low hum emanating from the altar. Yes, in theory, the choir's ritual web depends on 3 active vaults. Once the final altar is destroyed, the network collapses. The guardians, effigies, binding seals, they all draw power from the same source. If we destroy the altar completely, purge the node, it should sever the last thread. Everything tied to the choir's matrix will collapse, including the wax-bound still linked to it. He glances down at the choir key, pulsing steadily in his grip. But if they realize what we're doing before we strike, they might rush to complete the summoning ahead of schedule. So if you destroy the final altar, the choir ritual network collapses. Doing so will disable the wax guardians above and any remaining soul-linked forces. Speed and surprise are your allies, but if you're noticed, the ritualists may accelerate the final summoning. Using the choir key might disrupt or overload the altar, but it's a one-time tool. So, yeah, if we destroy the altar, then we don't have to worry about the guardians up front. We can destroy the altar, head out, blow the front so the whole thing caves in and no one can even get into the vault. And then that will destroy the Wax Guardians, any of the Soulbound, any of the anything. The only thing we'll have are human ritualists, human cultists left over. So you wanna stealth lob one of the burst vessels?
I could try it.
All right.
What do you want for that?
Frosty and Jean smile, having the same thought. From their position of stealth, Jean will throw one of the two consecrated burst vessels at the feet of the ritual altar before the ritualists can react. Jean and Frosty exchange a silent look, battle-worn, seasoned, and full of grim purpose. In unison, Jean unclasps the consecrated burst vessel from his satchel, its etched silver glyphs pulsing faintly in response to the ritual energies around you. He nods once to Frosty, then hurls the vessel in a tight arc toward the wax pulsing altar. Consecrated burst vessel thrown. Jean, attack roll. Ranged precision throw. Oh, they rolled it for you again. Roll an attack roll. Ranged attack roll.
Ranged attack roll. Okay. Which I believe would just be Dex.
It didn't do this last time we played, so this is new that it keeps forgetting we are rolling our own stats. We forgot.
Okay.
Again, we have stats.
I think it's because we have a party. Okay.
It might. That's a very strong possibility. Well, it didn't do that to me when I did the single player D&D. I had like a team that I commanded, but I still did all my rolls.
Right, that was the right roll, right? Just.
I mean,
It's just a D20 plus Dex.
Dex and proficiency. It's a ranged weapon.
Okay. So that's 8 then?
You rolled an 8?
Yeah.
Damn it, Gene.
Sometimes the dice just fucking hate you.
Well, please tell me it wasn't a natural 1.
No.
Okay.
Nothing like that. It was a 5.
It was a 5, then it should be higher than an 8.
Or
because I mean it'd be your dexterity and your proficiency.
no, it was a 2.
Oh, it was 2. Great.
It was a 2 plus 6.
Gene rolls an 8 to attack with
Terabad.
the. Yeah,
Terabad.
Turbad.
Hey, wasn't one.
Right. Thanks for the correction. Let's resolve it accurately. Gene rolled an 8 to
Where's
throw
the
the
pen?
consecrated burst vessel. Below average. So let's see how this affects the outcome. Gene's aim is slightly off. Perhaps a slick spot in the ancient stone, or a momentary shift in the ambient ritual energy. The vessel strikes the steps near the altar, not directly at its base, and detonates about 8 feet short of its intended target. Consecrated detonation, partial effect. Despite its off-target impact, the blast radius of the vessel is wide and suffused with divine power. The altar and ritualists are still affected, just not cleanly. Partial effect, altar. Cracked but not fully destroyed. The wax heart sputters, its glow flickering erratically. Its connection to the choir network is weakened but not yet severed. Ritualists, thrown back, staggered but not slain. They hiss and scream as radiant light sears their wax-bound forms. Wait. For a stealth ambush attack, hold on. I'm going to try to game this a little bit. Do stealth attacks in DnD 5e gain advantage. Once was sneak attack.
Stealth or advantage is a condition of being able to sneak. But
So
only really works for the rogues.
if you use attack action from hidden stealth and you have extra attacks, do all 3 attacks roll at advantage when they happen in attack action? That's attacking an enemy while hidden, if they don't detect you approaching or otherwise unseen, grants you advantage on attack rolls. So I would say you have advantage on the attack roll for that grenade. Because the whole point is we're hidden, we're stealth, we have the chance to make a stealth attack against them. We're using the grenade to make that.
Okay.
So I would say you get advantage. Please roll better.
I'm trying. You fuck. Okay, that's with the additional 3, 12.
A 12. That's with the +6?
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, 12 makes a meaningful difference. Let's play this out accurately. Gene's throw is still not perfect, but it lands within striking range. The vessel hits the edge of the altar dais, just close enough for the full radiant effect to envelop the altar and the ritualists in the blast radius. Consecrated detonation, full effect achieved. The vessel detonates in a burst of consecrated silver flame and radiance force. And this time, the altar, the wax core heart at its center, ruptures, spilling molten wax and fragmented soul glass across the chamber. The chanting stops immediately, severed mid-harmony. A massive backlash of arcane energy surges upward through the conservatory, felt like a pressure drop in your ears. Choir network shattered. The final note has been destroyed. The ritualists. All 3 are caught in the blast and thrown against the walls, screeching as their binding wax burns and peels away. 2 of them are destroyed instantly, their forms melting into puddles of soul-slicked wax. The third, more heavily warded, survives, partially melted but now consumed by rage and divine agony. Above ground, the wax guardians in the rotunda above crumble and fall inert, their bindings released. Across Thornwall, every bone right linked ritual is disrupted, some violently. Kalen in awe. It's done. The choir is silenced. Dawnbringer to Frosty. One remains. Finish it. Combat. Final enemy. Wax-bound Cantor, ritualist captain. Damaged, maddened, and melting, but dangerous. Initiative rolls now requested for Jean, Frosty, Kalen, and Siren. Let me know your results, and we'll begin the final battle in the Broken Vault.
Right. An 18 from Mate.
Jean rolls an 18 in initiative. Fucking 8 for me. Frosty rolls an 8 initiative. Perfect. Here's how the initiative order looks so far. Jean 18, Waxbound, Cantor, roll pending, acting after Jean, unless it beats an 18. Jean and Frosty are players. You still need to roll for Kaylin and Celine. Okay, so final initiative order. Siren got a 19, Jean got an 18, Kalen got a 14, the Wax Cantor got a 9, and Frosty at an 8. The wax-bound Cantor is 30 feet away in the remnants of the shattered altar. 2 ritualists lie melted on the floor. The vault is destabilizing, wax running in rivers between floor tiles. Above, you sense the choir is dead, but the last echo wants to take someone with it. Cyrena's up first. Would you like me to resolve Cyrene's turn with her standard bow attack from cover? If yes, I'll roll and narrate before passing to Jean. Yes. Resolve. I accidentally say yes, resolve Serene's turn if she has any special abilities or spells she would like to use aside from her basic attack. That is also perfect. Here's how Serene takes her turn. Serene, Veil Warden Scout, 19 initiative. Serene is crouched behind a cracked column, support column in the stairs, seeing the wax-bound Cantor begin to rise and channel unstable magic. She narrows her eyes and exhales slowly, serene in a low voice, not letting that thing scream another note. Action, Hunter's Mark, bonus action. She casts Hunter's Mark on the Cantor, marking it for death. Her focus sharpens, taking every ragged breath and shifting plate of wax. Attack with longbow, sharpened arrow, magical. Rolls a natural 17, 25 total to hit. Damage 9, Hunter's Mark, plus 5, total 14 piercing. The arrow sinks into the Cantor's shoulder, puncturing through layers of cracked wax and soul-scorched bone. The creature stumbles, shrieking a note of psychic feedback that causes the air to shimmer, but it does not fall. Cyrene drawing another arrow. He's still standing, Gene. Make it count. Gene, you're up. What will you do? The wax canter is 30 feet away, wounded, radiant fire flickering across his form. Your shot could finish him or weaken him before he unleashes a final blast.
All right. That's gonna be taking the shot. Ah, you bitch. All right. 6 to hit, so that's probably going to miss. So I'm gonna move to graze.
The grazing hit?
Yep. All of 6 damage.
Okay.
Of course, when it's clutch.
Six damage.
Yes.
Okay, and your second shot.
All right. Come on, baby. That's a nat 20. Like super swinging.
Yeah. A nat 20 for a, what was it?
21 piercing. And hang on. We should actually do that. And 16 radiant, if undead.
And what was the total for your nat 20? Like, wasn't it like a 24 or something?
It was. Pop the log open. 21.
21 is your total with a natural 20?
Oh, hang on.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, 23.
No, that's my 2-hit roll.
Yeah, that's what I was asking for.
Oh yeah, no, it's a nat 20 plus 3.
Yeah. Yeah, the second shot rolls a nat 20 for a 23, damages 21 piercing and 16 additional radiant if it is undead. Got it. Here's how Gene's turn plays out. First shot rolls a 6 to hit, misses the canter's worn defenses, but using grazing shot, the attack still deals 6 piercing damage, grazing its cracked wax surface, sending tiny fractures across its body. The second shot rolls a natural 20, total 23 to hit, a critical strike. Damage rolls 21 piercing damage plus 16 radiant damage since the Cantor is undead. Total 37 damage. Narrative. The second bullet rips through the Cantor's chest. Glowing radiant light flares and wax crumbles away as it screams a hollow, echoing cry of pain. The creature's unstable form begins to shatter and crack violently, pieces of cursed wax flaking off and dissolving into the air. Status: the wax-bound Cantor is gravely wounded, staggering under the assault, barely standing. Kalen's turn, initiative 14. Kalen standing just behind Frosty and Jean prepares to act. How does Kalen respond? Would you like him to attack, cast a spell, or take another action? Kalen should use a spell attack to try Got it. Kalen channels his arcane might and focuses the wax-bound Cantor, aiming to end this quickly. Kalen steps forward, eyes glowing faintly with eldritch power. He utters an incantation and releases a sacred flame spell targeting the Cantor. It's a dexterity saving throw for the target, not an attack roll. Wax-bound Cantor must roll dexterity save. Can you please roll the Cantor's dexterity saving throw? You can.
That's on you.
Yeah. If you prefer, I can roll it for you. Just let me know. You can roll that. Rolling dexterity saving throw for the Waxbound Cantor against Kalen's Sacred Flame. Waxbound Cantor rolls 9 total. Kalen's Sacred Flame hits. The Cantor fails the dexterity save and the radiant fire engulfs its waxen form. Deals 1d8 radiant damage. It rolled 7. Kalen's spell blazes holy fire, searing through the Cantor's fraying wax armor. The creature wails in torment, its form melting and cracking like burning candle wax, losing cohesion rapidly. The wax-bound Cantor is on the verge of collapse, barely holding itself together. One more strong hit could end it. Frosty's turn, initiative 8. Frosty, it's up to you. The Cantor staggers and is vulnerable. What's your move? And I need to remember my Frost Giant attack now. Frosty will close the distance to attack with Dawnbringer. Frosty rolls a... What do I roll to hit? I roll. 15 plus 9, 24 to hit. 24 to hit. Damage rolled is 11. 11 radiant damage. Where's my Frosty Giant Frosty Frost? When you hit a target with an attack, Also deal 1d6 cold damage. 1. And 1 cold damage with cold damage for frost ancestry. And eight additional radiant damage to for it being undead. So nailed it for 20 damage. Frosty charges forward. The Dawnbringer with radiant, gleaming with radiant light. Rolled hit 24, solid hit. Damage 11 radiant damage, 1 cold damage, plus 8 radiant damage undead bonus. Total damage 20. With a mighty swing, Frosty's Dawnbringer cleaves through the waxen flesh of the Cantor. The radiant energy flares brightly as cold frost briefly coats its broken wax. The Cantor shudders violently, a long echoing wail tearing from its throat. Then, with a final shatter, the wax-bound Cantor cracks and crumbles, collapsing into a pile of blackened wax and shattered bones. The last Squire Ritualist is defeated. The vault begins to tremble, the unstable magic within it unravels. What do you do next? Do we, investigate or loot for anything, or do we just fucking get out?
How bad are things looking at the moment? Should we just leave?
I mean,
Or do we have time
we
to
we
start
shattered the
checking through?
ritualist table. The people have melted to wax. Says the
There's
vault.
time to loot. You
Yeah.
always loot.
Says the vault begins to tremble. Um, we can. I mean, we can take a check. Um, is the vault trembling harmlessly due to uh, dissipating magical energies, or is it trembling due to no longer being due to imminent, I know, imminent collapse. Question. The trembling in the vault grows stronger by the second. It's not just the magical energies dissipating, it's the very structure itself becoming unstable. Cracks spiderweb across the stone walls, and the floor shift unevenly beneath your feet. Imminent collapse is highly likely if you linger too long. You have maybe 2 to 3 minutes before parts of the vault begin to cave in, making it crucial to decide your next move quickly.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right. We retreat
We can pick through the remains later.
quickly to safety. Do we still want to drop the last holy hand grenade at the base of the ladder? Fully
Yeah,
sealing
sure.
the chamber in, or is collapsing on its own good enough?
We'll drop it down the ladder when we get to the top.
Nice. We retreat quickly to the safety to safety when we reach the top of the it was a spiral staircase. Spiral staircase and back above ground. We drop the second and final consecrated burst vessel. At the base of the stairs, collapsing the entrance behind us as we run. Bam. You all move swiftly, urgency pounding in your steps as the vault shakes violently beneath you. The twisting spiral staircase feels like a gauntlet, but you manage to ascend without hesitation. At the top, just before exiting into the moonlit garden, Jean carefully places the second consecrated burst vessel at the base of the staircase. A quick strike, a flash of radiant energy, and the vessel detonates with a shattering explosion of holy light and force. The blast reverberates through the ancient stone, causing the already fragile entrance to crumble and collapse behind you with a deafening roar. Dust and debris fill the air, sealing the vault from any further intrusion. Above ground, you all catch your breath in the cool night air. The choir of wax vault is destroyed, the ritual undone, and the eclipse approaches, though now safe from the Candle Lord's terrible summoning. Thalias's voice crackles in your communicator. We have a communicator!
Since when?
Since now! Well done. The Order will secure the site and mop up any remaining cultists. You've stopped the choir's ritual. For now, rest up. There may be consequences yet to come. What do you want to do now? Return to Order's headquarters, search the site further, or debrief with your team? And we don't really need to follow up on any of that. That's literally, you've done it. Rest up. Job well done. So that's as much an ending point as anything else, unless there is something else you want to do. I don't know. Is there anything else you want to do? Any follow up to that you can think of?
I mean, we're pretty much taking care of it, right?
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Like it's offering us the choice to continue. It says, what do you want to do now? Return to Order's headquarters, search the site further, or debrief with your team? So that's what I mean. Like, is there any after thing you want to do? Like, do you want to go back to headquarters and RP something? Do you want to search the site and pick through bodies? Do you want to see what things we can find around there? Do you want to debrief the team and RP some more BS? Same as going back to headquarters. Like, is there anything you want to kind of just fuck around with? Or since this is just a one-off, do you just want to call it there?
I don't really know.
I mean, being a one-off and being that, like, there's nothing we can really do to, like, enhance our gear or anything like that at the moment, I'm all game for just calling it there. I don't think there's any debrief or anything like that we need to worry about. It is 3 p.m. I don't know what time you're, because you need to knock out. I don't know what time you're wanting to do that.
I mean, I am good to go for a bit longer, but
Are you?
this is a good stop point for this for the D&D thing. Then yeah, I think I'm good to start the follow up.
Yeah. Because yeah, we talked about talking about everything and going over it once we were done with the game. Um, I wasn't sure if you're still up to that being this late, but if you're good to go, then yeah.
Yeah, I think I can do it.
All right. Yeah. So that was this. What was essentially supposed to be a one shot ended up becoming a two shot. Bang bang. Um,
Yeah,
but I thoroughly enjoyed it. I had fun with it. Um,
yeah. I mean, this would be about the point probably where I would round something out, and in the event that there are plot threads left hanging or potential follow-ups or something like that, you'll insinuate that into the epilogue and then leave it there. And if you want to pick it
right.
up later,
Which, because
then
none of us are running the epilogue, that's not something that's going to happen. I
right.
mean, we can ask for an epilogue. Uh,
If you want to.
yeah. Uh, the task is complete. Frosty and Jean have done their job. The final stretch, with the aid of Serene and Kaylin and the decoy strike team, please provide us with an epilogue. Uh, Ilaria would is safe at order headquarters. What the fuck is dude's name? Hold on, still got the document open.
I was gonna say you should.
The
I'll read it.
big boss, because we never even messed with the big boss himself. Like, he wasn't there.
Yeah, and as I was saying, that would be one of those hanging plot threads I'd be talking
Right.
about. Is
Which
he's
is,
still out there
yeah.
somewhere? So
Um, Malric Voss was not at either altar, and a strike force was initially sent to track him when we identified him. Track him, apprehend. Yeah, because when we found out who was behind it before we even attacked the first altar, and they were going to send a strike team, a force to apprehend him. So the task is complete. Frosty and Jean have done their job in the final stretch with the aid of Serene and Kaylin and the decoy strike team. Laria is safe at the Order headquarters. Malric Voss was not at either altar, and a strike force was initially sent to track and apprehend him when we identified him. Please provide us with an epilogue. That is what I'm sending it. Absolutely. Here's the campaign epilogue. Choir of Wax epilogue. The mists over Thornwall begin to thin, the oppressive shadow of the eclipse lifting slowly as the final choir vault crumbles beneath the weight of your efforts. The sinister choir's echo fades, the twisted magic undone by your relentless courage and skill. Frosty's radiant blade, Dawnbringer, shines brighter than ever, its light a beacon in the city's gloom, a symbol of hope against the dark. Jean's precise shots and cunning kept the shadows at bay, his talents and grit indispensable in this harrowing fight. With the help of Serene and Kalen, your careful infiltration and timely strike, uh, and the timely strike of the decoy team ensured minimal loss and maximum disruption. The cultists scattered, their plans in ruins. Lyra, the last tether of the Candle Lord's twisted ambitions, now rests safely within the walls of the Order's sanctum, free from her cursed bondage and under vigilant watch. Though Malric Voss himself slipped through your grasp this time, the Order's strike force moves with purpose and iron resolve. The Candle Lord's trail is hotter than ever, and your victories here have bought precious time. Time to prepare for the inevitable confrontation. Your legacy in Thornwall. The city's whispers tell of ghostly hymns that once echoed in the catacombs, now silenced forever. You have earned the gratitude of the Order and the whispered thanks of those unknowable souls you freed. But the night is long, and dark forces still linger. The war against the unnatural continues, and your names are etched into the chronicles of those who fight unseen. For now you rest. The city watches and waits. Would you like to explore any further threads, or prepare for what comes next? Or is there a particular moment you want to revisit or expand on? So Malric Voss is on the run, and our strike team is still trailing him. But there you go. That's the epilogue provided.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, how do you feel? What do you think about ChatGPT AI and D?
So I got some notes.
just, just some notes. Uh,
I did notice that it does seem to have a little bit more trouble when you start adding in NPC companions.
well, and that's the strange thing is it didn't have that problem last time, but again, that was like many months ago that I did that.
Because it didn't really start like it had a pretty good grasp on the fact that we had sheets of our own until we had those two AI partners.
Right,
And
right.
then it started rolling for us. It started not rolling for them.
Yeah.
I remember correctly, there was one point where it actually asked you to roll for a bad guy.
Yeah, yeah. Please
What?
roll for the Cantor. What? That's no. That one I wasn't expecting. Like it, I I was disappointed but not surprised when it started rolling for us or confusing us with the NPCs or the NPCs with us because of the party thing. But the I was super surprised when it asked me to roll for the enemy. Uh, Please roll his saving throw, but that's not my job. I'm not the DM, you are. I'm the player. But yeah, again, that was something weird that happened in this round. Like it didn't happen to us before then. It didn't happen to us at all the first time we played. And it didn't happen to me the first time I played solo. But at the same time, it was all social deduction when I did it. There was no
Right.
combat, so I don't know if that made a difference either. Um, and it only broke on us twice this time where I had to ask it to rephrase its statement. because of whatever uh, user policies it broke. Whereas last time it broke like 3 or 4 times. And when it broke, it wasn't on your actions like it was last time. I thought
Yeah,
last time I thought it was because of the described gunplay,
yeah,
but the it breaking the 2 times it broke today is still broke during combat moments, but not your combat moments. So that kind of broke that assumption. But I do still think it is because of whatever violent description it used. So, um, and this all was played with just the free, not logged in homepage version too. So I think creating an account and actually running something would make a huge difference.
I agree.
Overall, though, yeah, those were some down points. But overall, how did you feel about it?
But in terms of like how well it functioned, I was quite impressed.
Right.
Um, yeah, it was able to adapt and come up with things quite a bit more easily than I expected it.
Yeah, the it has pretty good creativity with its storytelling and its dialogue that it comes up with. I really love that I asked for holy hand grenades, and it's like, ha ha ha. Well, we called them consecrated burst vessels, but I guess you could call them that. Ha ha. Like that was still one I think the funniest moment in the whole campaign.
Yeah,
uh,
yeah,
but yeah, no, I think it's super creative the way that it reacts and comes up with stuff. It did have one moment last game where I forget what bonus it gave me. It gave me um oh I think it gave me some kind of bonus. I'm trying to remember. Um
yeah. I got nothing.
oh I it was something that was supposed to end at the start of my turn. Like I think it was like a uh I like advantage on my attack. It was there was something that was supposed to happen at the start of my turn where I no longer got advantage or no longer got some bonus, but it still gave me that bonus when I took my attack. And then for you, it did something similar this time where um
Oh yeah, when it gave me the bonus to AC.
yeah, despite the fact that it
Despite
was a
the fact,
melee attack.
yeah,
So there's and that was once this session and once last session that it made some kind of rule mistake like that. And I think that's a pretty good error ratio, honestly. I think that's the fact that that's the only thing it, like, the only errors it made as far as that's concerned, like rules stuff is concerned, I think is
yeah.
phenomenal.
Um, it seemed to do pretty well. I mean, I we didn't really too too deep into the role play stuff.
Right, right.
I really would like to see how eventually check to see how it actually adjusts to a lot of dialogue and a lot of that kind of a thing. Since you said that you managed to like basically get through your first session with it with no combat whatsoever, basically.
Yeah, it it gave me the the scenario it gave me when I played my solo game. It gave me a this item has been stolen. We've called you in here to help us investigate. And so I literally had a crime scene and suspects that it gave me to start out with. And so I started investigating the crime scene. I looked through records. And then when I confronted people, um, you know, confronted suspects, some of them were suspicious, some of them were confrontational, but because of the intimidation and persuasion checks that I rolled, I was able to get by them without initiating any sort of combat. Entirely just skating through on presence and getting the information I needed and uh, all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, it entirely bypassed combat. And when there came time that we had, okay, this is the prime suspect, this is the culprit, we need to confront them, I was able to, they said, okay, whatever resources you need to bring them in, we will give you. And so I ended up assembling a tactical magical strike force. We had guards. I forget what class I was playing. I think I was playing a cleric for that one too. Uh, but I went in and grabbed, uh, or we pulled our resources. We had guards, guardsmen trained in martial combat who had um, manacles. Specifically for we knew we were dealing with a mage, so they specifically had manacles to subdue a mage. They had we had also a couple of spellcasters in the strike team to disable any wards on the outside of the person's house, with and had counter spell and dispel magic uh, at the ready. And we went in and did a 3 a.m. tactical uh, bag and grab, snatch and grab. Just we literally busted in, black bagged them, and carried them away. There was no chance for a fight. So, and it yes, and every bit of that followed through with it. So,
Yep. Yep.
it's like, all right, well, if it's gonna give me a magical SWAT team, I'm taking the magical SWAT team.
Yeah, I could definitely see myself potentially using this as a way of just knocking some things loose as part of the creative process. I don't know if I would lean on it exclusively.
Right. I
Um,
definitely wouldn't lean on it exclusively. Um, and I do like as part of the creative process, I will actually essentially physically talk to I will type in as if I'm talking to a person. Oh, hey, this, that, what, this is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm, and like bounce ideas off of it as if I'm bouncing ideas off another person.
right.
Um, and that's been useful. But then I also do appreciate using it like this, where I can actually sit and play a game like because I haven't, we had a game going and I haven't been able to make that. So being able to sit and say, okay, I can play a game on my own, or if you and I can get together like this, we can run a game and be good. Um, those kind of things are that I think is an invaluable resource.
Yes, indeed. All right, all right. Prob.
No, just I got a stupid mobile game up, and it's one of those mobile games like you're forced into PvP, and the PvP just sucks. You know how I feel about PvP.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, no. Ultimately, I enjoy it. I think it's a very interesting way to get your D&D fix, even if you don't have a party or don't have uh, time or resources. You can sit and do something small and quick, or something that you can come back to over and over. Again, either short and quick and just come back to it session after session, like just 20 minutes here, 30 minutes there, make a few decisions. Um,
Yeah, especially if you can get into it, and get it to hang on to what it is you're doing over the course of the long wave,
right, like
so
if
you can
you have
back
like the
on
actual,
to
yeah, which is something I do fully plan on, like starting up an account. I just haven't had the time or forethought to do it yet. It's creating a ChatGPT account to play D&D is so far on the back burner of things. This is only the second time in like a year and a half that I've even done this. So
yeah.
um, that's kind of not in the forefront of my thoughts at the moment, but it is something that I plan to do and plan to, investigate, mess around with. I think there's plenty of opportunity for fun. And as AI continues to grow, I'll be curious to see what it does.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, for sure.
and ironically, I still think this works better than Wizards of the Coast Virtual Tabletop.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
even, when we did it last week, and I asked, what is the layout of the chamber? Because we were trying to figure out where the mirror was and where the holy hand grenade was, and where the altar was, and the people were, and it actually kind of drew out a rudimentary ASCII map. I say rudimentary; it wasn't ASCII. It was like just those bar lines and uh,
Yeah.
this is here, this is here, this is here. But it used its little art features to draw a rudimentary map. So yeah, and when we asked it to do things, it did pull stuff out. It pulled out uh, um, the hunter's mark. It pulled out uh, sacred flame, and then with the fight before that, where we were protecting the girl, she cast sanctuary on herself. So it pulled those spells out. It knew what it was doing.
Yep. It's definitely a thing where if I were to get it to do a full thing like this, I would probably borrow pretty heavily from it, and at the very least take a look at the stat blocks it produces.
Right, right. We hadn't asked for a single one of its stat blocks because we're the players, not the DM.
Right.
Um, that's things we shouldn't know, but at the same time, um, it is things that I was curious about after we had talked about it the first time.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, all in all, I really do think that this is super fun and has a ton of potential, and I'm really excited to see what sort of shenanigans we can get up to with it. Um,
Yeah, that'll be really interesting to see in the future.
yeah. You know, I just had a thought. I just had a thought. Um,
It's
you,
dangerous, you know that.
I know, and it's bad of me. I shouldn't do it, but um, no, the you were wanting to do the mech game, um, but you were still trying to like work on conversions and stuff, weren't you?
Yes, it was.
This might be a tool to help you get through that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I haven't been working on it super hardcore.
Well, I mean,
Larian,
I know it's been a long time since we talked about it, and I haven't heard you say anything about it since then. So I'm guessing that I don't know how much more you've done or anything like that, but I
not
think it'd
really very
be
much.
right.
I've been sort of engaged in the D&D has sort of been going in an odd direction of late. Larry and Jess have basically all but bowed out.
Yeah,
Sean isn't playing with us really at all anymore because he's got to take care of his grandkids.
right.
So basically, the only people I'm playing with right now, Jeremy and Ryan, and well, that's a whole conversation we can have not on stream.
Right, right. No, I get you. I get you. Um,
Um,
Timmy was in here earlier, and him and Star have said they will play a game with us at some point in time. Um, Timmy has promised that he will play a game of D&D, and Star wants to. So we might be able to get a team up with them, most
yeah,
likely. I don't think that'll be any problem. Uh, but I don't know when. It's something they're going to have to talk about and figure out when they're able to do. But uh, we might be able to get something going. Uh,
not that that's a conversation that I don't want to have with you.
right, right.
It getting back or anything like that to anyone because I am 80% sure that Ryan will never, ever, ever watch this VOD. Ever.
Right, right.
I tried to get him to watch the VOD of last week's stream. I'm like, hey, here's how ChatGPT does. You might want to check it out. And I talked to him about it a couple of times, and he just gave me the whole, well, I everything I do requires me to be listening. I need to use my ears. So basically, it was him saying no with wanting to say no.
Right,
Um,
right.
and I just looked at him in the eye and said, "Hey, man, you can just say no. You can just tell me you're too good to watch our VOD."
You can just say no. That being said, I did give our VOD to someone who said they're going to look at it later. I don't know how much later though.
But that being said, yes, I am going to be hanging onto this character sheet and other such things in case you want to return to this at some later time. Uh, and mostly just because I never throw a character sheet away
Right.
ever, 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 ever. So got a bad habit of being a pack rat for stuff like that.
Right. No, I got you. I got you. Um, yeah, no, I don't have that ability. I don't have the subscription to D&D Beyond, so I have limited character sheets. So I don't I still have my old ones, they're just inactive. But ones
So
like
here's a
this one or one-off characters I will throw out.
here's a question that I always have about that kind of stuff: is if you make a character in a campaign and then it gets unassigned from you, is it still yours?
Yes. It's still your character that you created, it's just not assigned to a player.
To a player?
And it
Okay,
is
yeah.
still in your list of created characters.
Because I haven't ever actually seen that done on any campaign that isn't mine. They're all mine anyway, so
Right. Yeah, no, I've done that in a couple campaigns where characters are just unassigned.
yeah.
So
Because I can't like I can't look over any of the other campaigns right now. I can't even see any of Tom's characters anymore.
Yeah.
I don't have access to them, so I don't know if he made them private or he just let his account do whatever it did and lock itself or
Well,
whatever.
he
But
had said he wasn't going to renew his subscription when it ran out, but
so
I don't know.
that makes sense. I almost didn't whenever the OGL fiasco happened,
Yeah,
but since I was actually the guy running the game, I had to actually
yeah.
officially run the game.
No, because when we had started up our campaign, I asked him about if he could put his character in, put a character in there in order to share his content. He said he wasn't going to keep up the subscription. So,
Yeah.
um, but yeah, with ChatGPT's uh, base knowledge and ability to look things up, I don't think there's any problem with it having access to that information on its own. In
Yeah,
fact,
I do wonder how much more effective it would be if you were just like using a pre-existing setting too, when it can just draw on the knowledge base of everything that exists in the books as they are.
right, right, and
Uh,
that's actually one thing I was thinking right now. Let's actually test that. Um, can you help me create a new player character and walk me through the steps and of creating a uh, Dungeons and Dragons PC article character. Absolutely, I'd love to help you create a new Dungeons and Dragons character. Let's walk through the step-by-step process, and you can make choices as we go. I'll explain everything clearly as we go along. Step one: concept. Who do you want to play? Before we touch stats, ask yourself a few questions. Do you imagine yourself? You imagine your character being clever, strong, stealthy, magical. Are they a hero, a reluctant outcast, or something more unusual? Any inspiration from books, games, or movies? Do you want to fit into the same world as Frosty and Jean? Gothic, fantasy, Victorian horror, or something different? Um, let's start with this. Give me a rough idea of who you'd like to play and what kind of role you want in the party. Once I know that, I'll go step by step through character creation steps. Race: elf, human, dwarf, etc. Class: wizard, fighter, rogue, cleric, etc. Background: what you did before adventuring. Gives you skills, tools, ability score, your stats, strength, dexterity, etc. Skills and proficiencies: what you're good at. Equipment: gear, weapons, starting items. Personality: alignments, ideals, flaws, etc. Spells, if available. Once we define the concept, I'll let you build the character in your preferred format: printable sheet, digital, or text document, or text summary. Ready for what kind of character you're imagining? I am imagining a uh, a feisty melee class. I'm going to try and steer it towards a monk and see what I can do.
okay.
Excellent. A feisty melee class opens up a lot of fun possibilities. Aggressive, brave, maybe a bit reckless. Let's build something bold and battle ready. Step one: options for your feisty melee fighter. Here are some great melee focused classes that suit a scrappy hands on combatant. Let me know which grabs you, barbarian, rage-fueled brawler with high hit points and massive melee damage. Great for wild card personalities or warrior outsiders. Can shrug off damage and use primal instincts. Fighter, tactical, versatile, combat expert. You can choose to be duelist, archer, brute, or weapon master. Has access to maneuvers like Gene's maneuvers or multiple attacks early on. Paladin, Holy Knight, melee combatant who can smite enemies, heal allies, swears an oath, and uses divine magic as backup. Great mix of durability and righteous fury. Monk, martial artist who fights unarmed or with monk weapons. Fists, agile and capable, or fast, agile, and capable of stunning or disabling foes. Great for a clever, mobile, and disciplined brawler. Rogue melee build. Usually stealthy, but a melee rogue with daggers or short swords can be vicious. It's hard with sneak attack if conditions are right. Good for street smart, fast talking scoundrels. Monk. Perfect choice. A monk is agile, fast hitting, highly mobile melee class. A mix of martial arts, master, and spiritual warrior. Blah, blah, blah. Let's move forward to building your monk. Choose a race. Character's race gives you bonuses to your abilities, special features, and flavor. Here are some race options that synergize really well with monks who rely mainly on dexterity and wisdom. So it pulls out of its as Wood Elf, +2 to dexterity, +1 to wisdom, perfect for monk. Bonus movement, speed, and stealth skills, great for a nimble forest-born martial artist. Human, variant, or standard. Balanced, versatile, gives you feat at level 1, like mobile or alert. Great for customizing a unique background and style. Halfling, Lightfoot or stout, +2 to dex, plus stealth and luck bonuses. Small but scrappy, great for a quick, tricky monk. Air Genasi, +2 con, +1 dex. Wind walking monks with levitation. Good for mystical, elemental, flavored characters. Tabaxi, +2 dexterity, +1 charisma. Cat-like agility and insane burst movement. Great for speed-focused monks. Tabaxi monks are rocket fast. Asimar, Fallen, Protector, or Scourge. Radiant-themed monk with healing or smiting potential. Good for divine or cursed warrior monks. So it's actually pulling out quite a bit. And it's not like giving you every option, but it is guiding you towards certain things. And it's not just like, oh, human, elf, dwarf. Here's halfling. Here's air genasi. Here's tabaxi, which I think tabaxi's been removed, hasn't it?
I don't think they have done Tabaxi yet in 2024.
Yeah, I think
I have to go back and actually look at it.
that one was like removed as a um what the fuck do they call it? Not antiquated. Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, you can still
Race.
use the legacy rules. They just haven't
Right.
gotten around to it
Yeah. It's just when they
24.
did, and it was even before the 2024. It was like right around the time they redid Mordenkainen's tome and made goblins fey.
Oh yeah, Monsters of the Multiverse. I
Monsters
was.
of the Multiverse, that's it. Yeah, it's right around that time that they went through and started redoing races and uh, putting a bunch of legacy races in there.
5e has a real problem with trying to make everybody just like equally playable,
Right,
um, and not like making any of the race class combinations particularly unique anymore.
right,
Um, I've heard that being the case, or being something they noted around about the time the Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica came out, and Loxodons became a playable race and Minotaurs became a playable race. And there wasn't really like anything in their stats to really like set them apart. if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Uh, oh yeah, this is still using old rules. Martial arts use dexterity for unarmed strikes and monk weapons. You can make one unarmed strike as a bonus weapon. Your unarmed strike deals 1d4 to start and scales up as you level. Not anymore, it doesn't. Uh, so yeah, no, I think like it's super responsive. It really knows the content for the most part. Um, like I said, it doesn't have the new rules in there. It's pulling old rules, but it, I mean, and I don't know if so all of this information you are pulling to create the game we played and to help me build this character, is it in your knowledge base, or have you been searching rules and information through a source like Great question. All the information I've given you so far, including the campaign we played, Acquire of Wax, the rules and mechanics of D&D 5th Edition, Monk, class, air, genasi, etc., character creation steps, race, class synergies, homebrew elements, like concentrated burst vessels or wax-bound enemies, narrative storytelling, and tactical gameplay comes entirely from my internal training and knowledge base, not from live searches or Google. Here's how it works. I've been
Nice.
trained on a wide range of official D&D 5e material, SRD and rule summaries, and a lot of community created based projects. I can also help with homebrew designs, world building, and integrated lore like Gothic Victorian settings you used. I didn't search the web at all for for your session. All decisions, lore, stats, and rules were pulled from memory or improvised within the framework of 5e. If you ever need live updates, an example given, ruling from new books, third party expansions, etc., I can use the web tool if you want, but everything you've seen here was created and managed from built in knowledge and your prompts. So, yeah, it's got quite the standard base, but if you come to it saying, hey, new rule or new variant, it'll look it up and get that information. And it will, with that knowledge base and with its training, help you in homebrew and narrative storytelling and stuff like that as well. So, yeah, no, honestly, I dig it. And
Same.
yeah, we're definitely going to have to play with it and experiment and do with it some more, I think. So,
Yeah, I'm definitely down for looking more into seeing what the extent of its capabilities are or how it changes as
right,
new updates are released.
right,
Um,
right. Yeah. Uh, Any final thoughts, ideas, decisions? Uh, Comments or what have you about all of it?
You know, it's something I'm gonna have to play with later on, but I wonder if I were to run a whole campaign with this thing, giving it a general idea of what character can do over the course of a campaign, if it would be able to build an NPC stat block for that character for use in a later campaign in the same setting.
I would I would think so. I wouldn't see why not.
Yeah, I would be, like I said, after some time and probably over the course of a longer campaign, so it has a chance to quote unquote get to know that character better. But
Right. Right, right. Um, I think there's a lot of things we can play around with and have fun with and experiment with. I think there's some interesting opportunities and possibilities there, and I think either way, I think it's just going to be fun. I look forward to doing some more of this with you and yeah, seeing the kind of shenanigans we can pull off.
yeah, I'm down with it.
So I don't know. Well, with that, it's almost 4 o'clock. We've been going for 5.5 hours. Usually we hit about 6, but we did have a little bit of a late start today.
Yeah,
Uh,
just a little bit.
but all in all, I think still a fun stream. I mean, I definitely had fun. Um, I hope for our viewers. Well, the one guy really had fun edging himself until he.
Ugh,
It's just,
the less said about that, the better.
yeah, I don't get it. Um, but yeah, no, we had got a new follow. That's awesome. Um, I had people in here chatting. Timmy was here somewhere and is gone again. Uh, had said that he's going to join us at some point. He's going to talk with Star and see, may or may not get Zimbo involved. Don't know. But, well, yeah, we'll see what we can pull off. I don't know how engaging this was from a viewer standpoint. Um, I don't know how well you could read the text that was popping up there. I tried to read it all. Not sure how well the story went over, how well our playing it went over. We really didn't lean into the role play
Yeah, not that
so
much.
much. It's like, okay, quick and efficient. We both know, strike this thing. Here's the attack. Bam. Um, so I think that kind of makes a difference. Um, it'll be fun to try getting more into it. So yeah, I don't know how, from a player or from a viewer standpoint, I don't know how interesting that was. Um, but I do hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you had fun. Uh, all the chatters, all the lurkers, always appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming out. And we'll go ahead and raid Necro since he's live right now. Go and raid Necro. again, thank you so much. Hope you had a great time. Love you all. Bye bye.
Moose out.
Raid button clicked.